Right, it's 7 o'clock. So welcome to this evening's meeting of the Planning Committee of Wokingham Borough Council on the 14th of February, Valentine's Night special. Planning meetings are often high on passion, love we'll have to see. I'm Councillor David Cornish and I will chair the meeting. The Planning Committee consists of 9 elected borough councillors supported by a variety of professional officers. This is not a political meeting, but a quasi-judicial committee which forms part of the planning process. As such, it has formal set procedures which must be adhered to. Firstly, the planning officer will present the application, and then only those speakers who have registered to speak will be invited to address the committee. There is a strict time limit of 3 minutes per category of speaker, those being town and parish councils, objectors, supporters, and those borough members affected by the application. Members of the committee are more impressed by the quality of what you have to say rather than how long you speak for, but above all, please stay within your time limit. Everyone has had the opportunity to comment on each application through the consultation process, and no one else, including borough councillors, town and parish councillors, agents, applicants, objectors or supporters, are permitted to address the committee, ask questions or disrupt the meeting. Following the speakers, members of the committee will discuss and debate each application and seek clarification from the council's professional planning officers in order to reach a decision. The decision reached by the committee may or may not agree with that recommended by the presenting case officer. It is important to understand that the committee can only determine the actual planning applications presented before it using current national and local planning policies and relevant decisions of the relevant planning inspectorate. We cannot consider whether or not they're a good idea, whether they are needed, whether they are too costly, whether there are alternative uses of the site or more suitable uses of land elsewhere, or whether or not they are popular with residents. I'm afraid that none of these things can count in our decision. Finally, this is a hybrid meeting with committee members present in the room, while some officers are attending the meeting in person and some connecting via Microsoft Teams. The meeting is also being live streamed on YouTube. If you are joining us remotely, please ensure that your camera is switched on only when you are speaking and that your microphone is unmuted only when you are speaking. Thank you. Agenda item 62, do we have any apologies for absence? No, good, we're all here, thank you. The minutes of the previous meeting held on 10th of January. Do any members have any questions or corrections to the minutes? No. Therefore, can someone propose that they're accepted? Andrew, seconded by Wayne. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest on any items tonight? Al?
Yes, Chairman. On application 232475, Early Gates. It's just that this item was I'm on the Early Town Council Planning Committee, and this item came to us on the 7th of November. Knowing that it was going to come to this committee, I took no part in that discussion.
Thank you. Wayne?
Chair, item 68, Hurst application. I've read the report. I will listen to the presentations this evening, after which I will make up my own mind.
Thank you. Item 65, are there any applications to be deferred or withdrawn items? No, so the agenda as is. So we'll start with application 230881, 19 to 21 Marketplace, Wokingham, and the case officer is Emmy.
The application relates to 19 to 21 Marketplace, which is outlined in red on this plan. The site lies within the town centre boundary, which is identified in pink here, and the primary shopping area, which is yellow. It's also within the conservation area boundary, which is the same as the town centre boundary in the vicinity of the application site. And many of the buildings that front the marketplace are listed. The key planning issues in determining this application are the impact of the proposals on the viability and vitality of the town centre and character, with particular reference to the historic setting in the conservation area and setting of nearby listed buildings, in particular the two adjoining properties, 22 Marketplace and 2 Denmark Street. And the presentation will focus on these issues and also access to the site, which is one of the main areas of concern for local residents. So just to provide a little bit of background, really, the core strategy was adopted in 2010 and established a vision for a sustainable development in the borough in the period through to 2026. And one of the aims of the strategy is the growth and renaissance of Wokingham Town Centre, which is necessary to meet the needs of existing residents and also to accommodate growth from, in particular, from the North and South Wokingham strategic development locations. So core strategy policy CP14 and the master plan. So core strategy policy CP14 and the master plan supplementary planning document establish a strategy for the regeneration of the town centre and identify a number of opportunity sites. Alongside the policy framework, going back to sort of 2010, there was a recognition that previous attempts to regenerate the town centre hadn't succeeded because they weren't commercially viable, and the council would have to take a much more active role in land assembly and delivery if the aim of rejuvenating the town centre was to be achieved. So over the last decade or so, the council's been very active bringing forward the short-term opportunity sites that are identified on this drawing. And the expectation was that delivery of these sites would stimulate other development in the town centre and that the longer term opportunity sites would come forward. And 19 to 21 Marketplace is one of those. Turning to the application itself now, this is the view across the Marketplace from near Boots. The site is currently occupied by Edinburgh Woolen Mill, Robert Dias and Lloyds Bank, with offices on the upper floors. And there is prior approval in place for the conversion of those offices to 17 flats, which is the fallback to this planning application. The existing buildings on the site date from the 1970s with later extensions. And I think, you know, on first glance, that might be a bit surprising. 21 does look like a Georgian building, but in fact, most of it was rebuilt in the 70s, although it replicated closely the earlier building and some elements of it were incorporated. And this is the rear of the site. And I think looking at these photographs, it's easy to understand why the supplementary planning document identifies it as making a neutral or negative contribution to the town centre as a whole. I think this image of the proposed development gives quite a good overview of the proposals. You can see the town hall and Marketplace in the background. Then you have the retained element of number 21 and new buildings fronting the Marketplace, linked to a quadrangle of new apartment buildings on the southern part of the site. There's an arcade leading through from the Marketplace to a new public square and then continuing to provide a new pedestrian connection through to Cockpit Path. Commercial units on the ground floor with shop fronts onto the Marketplace, the new arcade and the courtyard would be a form of development that the supplementary planning document identifies as characteristic of the town centre. And then further into the site on the southern part, the development would form a perimeter block with new apartments facing onto the new access, which is referred to as Howard Close in the application, Cockpit Path and towards Red Lion Walk. Parking would mostly be actually within the centre of that quadrangle of buildings in an undercroft parking area with a podium over, and then there would be a residence terrace garden on the first floor. And you can see on here also a roof terrace which would provide further amenity, and sunken roof wells where photovoltaic panels and other equipment could be discreetly located without impacting on the character of the conservation area. Turning then to the key planning issues, as I've mentioned, the site is in the town centre, a primary shopping area, and the Marketplace frontage is a primary shopping frontage as well. The mix of Class E commercial, business and service use and residential uses proposed is a mix that's acceptable in principle in this location, but the application would result in a reduction in the amount of Class E floor space, which is contrary to the aim of the development plan policies to maintain or increase the amount of retail provision in primary shopping frontages. Because of this issue, the application was supported by retail impact assessment, and that's been independently reviewed on behalf of the council, actually by the same consultant who's carried out the recent retail study update to support the local plan update, which I think was published yesterday. So someone who's very familiar with the retail context of Wokingham. And their conclusion is that the reduction in floor space would not be detrimental to the vitality and viability of the town centre. Just to explain that a bit more, I think the retail market has changed quite a lot since the core strategy was adopted 14 years ago. In particular, in that time, retail and especially comparison goods turnover was the most important contributor to town centre vitality. And it is still significant, but town centres have diversified since then and now rely on a much broader variety of uses for their health. And the advice was that useful indicators of the impact are to consider the retail turnover and also the supply of different premises in the town centre. And the current situation is that the health of the town centre is good, and comparison goods turnover has increased recently over the last few years, despite there being a reduction in comparison floor space. And just to clarify that, the overall floor space has increased, but the amount in comparison sales use has declined as a proportion of that. And the report demonstrates that the reduction resulting from this development wouldn't have a material impact on town centre retail turnover. In terms of the size and type of units provided, there would be a reduction in the number of relatively large commercial units in the town centre and an increase in the supply of relatively small ones, which would reduce the variety available. But on the other hand, the size proposed are the size for which there is the most demand, indicating that meets current needs in the town centre. So overall, the conclusion was that the proposal would have a neutral or even positive impact on the town centre. And then just including this image of what the new public square would be like, I think the fact that the square would be adjoining the retail units would complement the provision of the retail units and be very much in keeping with the character and aspirations for the town centre. Now moving on to the character of the town centre, and in particular the marketplace and conservation area, setting of listed buildings. You see here the marketplace elevation and a verified CGI of the proposed development. I think the advice from the Built Heritage Office is important here, and he's generally supportive of the approach to development, welcomes the partial retention of number 21 marketplace, which does have historic interest despite being essentially a 1970s building, and also the setback adjacent to Denmark Street, and also the treatment of the elevation with the three distinct elements reflecting the scale, rhythm and variety of the town centre. The one area where he has raised some concern is to do with the height of the double gable building and adjacent to the relatively small scale of 2 Denmark Street, although he doesn't consider it amounts to substantial harm. And I think you can see from these sort of existing and proposed images that the double gable would be more prominent than existing, which is set back and flat roofed. But I think the contrast in scale is not necessarily unusual in the town centre. There are other examples, and a recent one that springs to mind is the triple gable building in the Peach Place development next to the Redan, where there's a very similar difference in scale of the proposals and proposed and existing buildings. At the rear of the site, the proposed development would extend over what is currently the Thurfith car park, removing what's acknowledged to be a negative element from the town centre and conservation area. And inevitably that would result in a change of character, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. The perimeter block approach is in line with good practice, and it would benefit the town centre, providing natural surveillance and improving safety. Also, it would provide secure, unobtrusive parking within the centre of the block and private amenity space for residents. The design of the building is contemporary, but it's been informed by an assessment of the character of the town centre, incorporating features and materials associated with the more historic buildings, and therefore achieving a character that's appropriate to the setting. I think similar to the Built Heritage Officer, the Landscape Officer is generally very supportive of the proposals, but does have misgivings over one element, which is the height of the 4-storey building on the corner of Block C, which is the part closest to Howard Palmer Gardens. And scale is also a concern that's been raised by local residents. I think you can see from the elevation that the height of the proposed building is actually very similar indeed to Swift House, which is the adjacent building. It would appear more prominent from that viewpoint, just simply because it would be much closer than the existing development on the site or from Swift House. There would be space around it because it would be separated from the sort of more suburban development to the south of the town centre by Cockpit Path car park. And there is also a difference in levels. The building would be slightly lower, which would reduce its impact to some extent. So I think despite concern over these two specific elements of the design, the overall scale and density are appropriate to this town centre site. The quality of design is good, and it would deliver new homes in a sustainable location, which is a particular consideration given the tilted balance that comes into play due to the housing land supply situation. And it's also relevant to consider the impact that reducing the height of the building and therefore the number of units would have on the viability of the scheme. It's quite likely it would make it undeliverable, which is something I'll be coming on to later on, I think. And then there's just another view giving a before and after impression from the end of Howard Road. Turning now to access arrangements to the site and starting with the pedestrian network. The site fronts Marketplace, which is obviously a busy pedestrian route, and you have Cockpit Path running along the southern boundary of the site, and then Red Lion Walk to the east, providing a connection between the Marketplace and Cockpit Path. The introduction of the residential uses, which would be occupied throughout the day and have active frontages, would provide surveillance of these existing routes, which would improve their safety. And there is also a proposal for a new pedestrian connection coming through the site, which similarly would benefit from being overlooked by commercial and residential units. To support cycling, the commercial units would have a secure internal store for staff bicycles, and then there would be Sheffield stands providing storage for 8 bicycles within the courtyard that could be used by visiting members of the public or visitors to the residential buildings. And each of the residential blocks would have a generous cycle store within it, and then a couple more Sheffield stands for visitors outside Block C as well. So overall, that provision comfortably exceeds standards for cycle parking. I think that's appropriate because this is a very sustainable location where occupants will be able to get to many of the destinations they need for their day-to-day needs by foot or cycle journeys. Now moving on to the vehicular access to the site. There are currently 74 parking spaces on the site associated with the ground floor commercial office units and the offices above. And access is via Sturgis Road and then the Cockpit Path car park. And that would remain the primary vehicular access leading to the 31 spaces proposed in the Undercroft car park. It's proposed there would be a secondary access, which would be via Langborough Road and Murdoch Road and then Howard Road, leading to 2 Denmark Street, 5 parking spaces on Howard Close. And servicing would be primarily from the existing loading bay in the marketplace, which is limited to loading use during the day. And then there is an addition, a bay at the entrance to the Undercroft car park, which will be available throughout the day and be able to cater for the vehicles that would typically deliver to residential units, so groceries and couriers and that sort of use. There'd also be limited use of the square, controlled through management measures for refuse collections and occasional events like people moving house and that sort of thing. The 36 parking spaces in total is fewer than the parking calculator demand would suggest. But I think it's worth bearing in mind that it's the same standard that would apply actually anywhere within the parish of Wokingham, and this site is in the heart of the town centre and one of the most sustainable locations in the borough. The approach to parking management is also relevant because the intention is that the spaces would be leased separately from the flats rather than being allocated to particular units. So only residents who wanted a space would apply for one. And there are also public car parks on the doorstep for occasional use as well. So the level of parking is appropriate to the location, and particularly when you consider there'll also be contributions towards the council's My Journey initiative and a car club in the town centre as well. I think residents have understandably expressed concern about the increased use of Howard Road, and the application was revised in response to those concerns because the servicing bay was originally proposed to be on Howard Close as well and has now been relocated. The number of movements, additional movements using Howard Road would be limited. I think the context is it's a narrow road, effectively a cul-de-sac, serving 45 houses plus 31 sheltered dwellings at Sale Garden Cottages and 10 and 12 Denmark Street. As I mentioned, the delivery bay has been relocated, and the amount of additional traffic that would be generated by the 5 parking spaces and 2 Denmark Street, plus limited servicing, wouldn't be a significant increase on the number of movements already. And I think also to address a point raised by members of the public, the number of movements will be well within the level that's considered appropriate for a shared surface street. So that's sort of bringing the presentation to a conclusion then. I focused on the main issues, which are the impact on vitality and viability of the town centre and character, plus the key issues that have been raised through consultation. I haven't dwelt on other aspects of the assessment which are acceptable, so things like housing mix, archaeology, ecology, including the impact on the special protection area, residential amenity of neighbouring properties and those in the development, environmental health, drainage and sustainable construction. Infrastructure impacts would be mitigated with the one exception that the proposal wouldn't deliver any affordable housing. The application is accompanied by a viability assessment, and that's been independently reviewed on behalf of the council. And the council's advisor was satisfied that the proposal couldn't support affordable housing due to the unusual costs and constraints of redeveloping a town centre site. And I think it's also just worth reflecting that that's something that's in common with the town and the council's own regeneration applications in the town centre, which were unable to support affordable housing, although they took a much lower level of profit than a commercial developer would. So overall, the proposal would deliver high quality development that follows the principles of good design and makes effective use of an identified opportunity site, and more than that, one that makes a neutral or negative contribution to the town at the moment. The commercial office offer, complemented by the new public courtyard and pedestrian route, would be a benefit to town centre vitality, and as would the provision of 60 new homes in a highly sustainable location. The proposals are in line with the aims of the National Planning Policy and the Development Plan Framework. In particular, the aim of securing the growth and renaissance of Wokingham Town Centre and the application can be supported. Just to tidy up a couple more matters, apologies, the Town Council's latest comments on the revised proposals weren't included in the supplementary planning agenda and have been provided separately. Just to summarise, their objection in relation to Howard Road has been addressed, but there are other objections relating to the height of development and impact on the community garden and sale garden cottages remain. Other previous comments are in the supplementary planning agenda, along with clarification that the council own the land in the Cockpit Path car park, which access would be over, but not any other land, and there would be no development on the council-owned land. There's been one further objection letter received since the report was published, but no new planning issues were raised. And so the recommendation is for approval as set out on page 17 of the agenda, subject to conditions and the section 106 heads of terms set out in the report. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. We've got a lot of speakers tonight. I'm just going to ask everyone's sort of forbearance, for you officers, members or members of the audience. If there's people speaking in the background, it's not always easy for other people to hear what's being said up front. So if I could ask all of us to exercise a bit of restraint, I'm sure everyone would be thankful for that. The first speaker on this application is Louise Tomlin on behalf of the Town Council. Lou, you've got 3 minutes, and because we have a lot of speakers, I'm going to be quite strict on the 3-minute timing. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So Lou Tomlin on behalf of the Wokingham Town Council. So we'd just like to reiterate some of the last comments that we made. So whilst we welcome the proposal to develop this site, and we think it will provide a high quality development, including flexible retail space and sustainable homes in a town centre location, we would like to raise and reiterate some of our objections. In principle, we think the height of the building is an issue in 2 respects, and I know that has been covered, but our objections still remain. We think that the conclusion was quite subjective. We feel the 4-storey part is not in keeping with the character of the area, and particularly the proposed height of the building adjacent to number 2 Denmark Street really dominates the existing building. So we object on CP3 regarding height and massing of that building. We also have concerns on the same grounds that there'll be a negative impact on the community garden and the sale garden cottages, the residents there, because they are single-storey. The biggest objection we have, though, is around affordable housing. As we say, there's no affordable housing plan for this development. And we really think that this is an optimal site in a town centre location. And actually, it is quite unacceptable that none's provided. We think this is a really creative proposal. And given that, we think the developer has the skills to be creative so that they could give consideration for how to ensure a proportion of affordable homes in this development, as we say, in this town centre location, which would be really optimal for affordable housing. That's our comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Model of brevity. Thank you. The next speaker we have is Patricia Donkin, a resident who is again speaking against the proposal. Patricia, thanks, and you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Wokingham Council's vision, as stated on their website, is really clear. And we'd like to challenge that to the residents of Howard Road tonight. We live in a 1-track cul-de-sac. It's only a third of which is paved. It's in very poor physical condition, contradicting the council's commitment to maintaining and improving roads. The roads hazards will be exacerbated by extra traffic and particularly endanger families with young children and elderly residents, some with dementia or Alzheimer's, as well as those residents of Sale Gardens. It's naive to think that there will be only 5 cars from the residents in the new development accessing the road. Delivery drivers with tight schedules will learn quickly that there are 5 parking bays accessed through Howard Road, and they'll use them. Some delivery drivers already drive recklessly and speed down our road. They scare residents, they block and they turn in driveways, and they damage property. Why would the council take further chances and disregard their vision and their duty to protect vulnerable residents? Parking issues, already exacerbated by new residents with cars, raise safety concerns too, especially with the new proposed configuration with a parking spot on the bend of Sale Gardens, which will cause blind spots and hazards for the ambulances that attend there, other vehicles, including the bin lorry, and pedestrians entering and exiting the cottages. During the construction, safety concerns for pedestrians using Cockpit Path to access local schools and shops have been seriously underplayed. It's the council's responsibility to safeguard residents. The council's vision of tackling traffic congestion clashes seriously with plans for 60 additional residences and will further exacerbate existing congestion issues in the town centre. Concerns arise regarding access to already overloaded local services like healthcare and education, with implications for children's school catchments. The lack of affordable housing in the development contradicts the vision of offering quality, affordable homes. Furthermore, the development's aesthetics and potential for even more empty retail units are at odds with the town's market character. Residents feel unheard, and we're questioning the council's vision for relentless customer focus. Perhaps their dissatisfaction will be expressed at the ballot box in upcoming elections. Thank you.
Patricia, thank you very much. Next to speak is Rosalind Graham, the agent speaking on behalf of the applicant, who should be here after this. Right. Rosalind, thank you. You get 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Rosalind Graham of Solve Planning, speaking on behalf of the applicants. The scheme has been carefully developed over nearly 18 months of intensive dialogue with your officers, stakeholders, specialist consultants and the local community. This has ensured the scheme will regenerate this underused brownfield site and unattractive car park to create a high-quality mixed-use development with well-designed apartments and 4 modern commercial spaces set around a new public square that will attract diverse new business and occupants who will contribute to the local economy and vitality of the town centre. The design and scale of the proposed development responds sensitively to the local character and heritage of Wokingham Town Centre Conservation Area, referencing the historic burgage plots and architecture that defines Marketplace. It also improves the Marketplace streetscape with enhanced active frontages and ensures the partial retention of 21 Marketplace to address comments of officers. The apartments will all benefit from access to generous areas of amenity space in the form of balconies, roof terraces, and a large podium garden which conceals the car parking. The servicing and delivery strategy has been revised to take on board concerns raised by the local community during the course of the application and is fully supported by the highways officer. The loading bay will be located within the entrance to the car park serving the development and accessed from Cockpit Path car park, which will minimise the use of Howard Road significantly. We believe the positive discussions and the consideration of concerns has helped to create a scheme with significant benefits for the town centre through the creation of an attractive and vibrant place to live, work and visit, assisting in the regeneration of a key opportunity site in Wokingham Town Centre. The commitment to work with existing tenants and the council on their relocation or retention in the development to seek to meet their individual circumstances. Meeting local housing need through the provision of sustainable, high-quality homes. Delivering a significant public realm improvements with the arcade linking Marketplace to a new attractive public square, encouraging al fresco dining and cafe seating, and a new residential road creating a pedestrian through route from Howard Road and Cockpit Path, improving the connectivity in the town centre. The creation of an enhanced environment around the community garden, including the importance of natural surveillance, which doesn't happen at the moment. The provision of modern and flexible commercial floor space to attract a diverse range of businesses to the area. The scheme prioritises a sustainable fabric-first design with efficient insulation, low carbon materials and increased greenery.
Rosalind, I'm going to have to say that's your 3 minutes up.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And our final speaker on this item is Jane Ainsley as ward member. Yeah, Jane, you also have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I've been asked as a ward councillor to speak on behalf of the Great Langborough Residents Association, Howard Road, for Transparency, where I also live, and Sturgis Road. Whilst it is pleasing to see the developers have addressed many of the issues raised, there are still several concerns. It should be noted, Howard Road, a poorly maintained single track road with minimal pavement, over indexes with families with young children and elderly residents with mobility issues. At the bottom of Howard Road is sheltered accommodation for nearly 40 residents. Residents feel there is a safety issue to allow additional traffic up the road. Those who access the road but don't live in it tend to speed. Furthermore, we believe that delivery drivers, as has been said, will quickly learn there is access to the development through Howard Road and will use it as a cut through. It is also believed that the reconfiguration of the car parking spaces decreases rather than increases safety. Placing a spot across Sale Garden Cottages creates a blind spot exiting the property and will also impede access for the weekly bin lorry and frequent ambulances who attend Sale Garden Cottages. Further safety concerns include access through Cockpit Path, which is used by children attending several primary and secondary schools in the area. There is concern that cars will be looking to leave the development as children cross to school. Has consideration been given to a crossing point to improve safety? It is also noted that the developers intend to remove the space in Howard Road, which is not acceptable. If the development is approved, Howard Road residents would insist on parking permits becoming 24/7 to prevent overflow parking. We don't believe there will only be 36 cars from the development. Sturgis Road residents have raised concerns that construction vehicles will access the site through this road. This is a busy road to Teresa School. Has consideration been given to limiting hours of access? Whilst appreciating it as an expensive development, it is disappointing in a cost of living crisis that there is no affordable housing included. Does Wokingham have the infrastructure in place to support more residents? Concern has been raised about the ability already to get doctor's appointments in the local area. Several residents have also expressed their disappointment that Robert Dyas will leave town. It is a useful and well-used store for many. Finally, concern has been raised that the height of the development will make it overbearing to other properties in the area. In summary, residents who have contacted me believe that Wokingham is not holding true to its vision with regard to protecting and safeguarding our children, young and vulnerable people, ensuring the right infrastructure is in place and tackling traffic congestion and minimising delays and disruptions. Thank you.
Jane, thank you very much. I now turn to members of the committee who may wish to speak on this or ask questions, points of clarification. Officers, I've got Rochelle, Michael, Andrew, and me. Rochelle?
As someone who grew up in affordable housing, I really think it's a horrible idea that we don't have any affordable housing in this development. I realize there are formulas that have to be followed, but I don't know of any other industry that has a formula that allows them to make a certain profit on anything they're doing. I have also spent some time in Sale Gardens on a completely unrelated issue that had nothing to do with this, but a lot of the residents complained about Howard Road, complained about walking in the area, and they didn't feel very safe there. I'm not quite sure what to do with this, other than making Wokingham a town for only the rich, not for the average earners or the poor.
Was there actually a question there somewhere, Rochelle, from one of the officers, or was that just a statement?
There's a question. What are you going to do for the residents of Sale Gardens to make sure they're safer?
I'm going to ask you, I mean, I appreciate passions run high on most of these developments, but I have to say this is a chance for the audience to observe and not participate. So if you'd allow the officers to speak, that'd be great. Thank you.
I think a lot of the issues that have been referred to about the condition of Howard Road and the safety of it are actually reflecting the existing situation. I think the development would reduce in an increase in use of it, but I think the question in planning terms is whether that would be a significant increase or not. And our conclusion is that it wouldn't be. The layout of the spaces there has been looked at, it's been tracked, including emergency vehicles and refuse vehicles and that sort of thing. And considerations being given to crossing points over the cockpit path, and we'll be looking for more detail of them to prioritise pedestrian movements along the footpath as part of the conditions details.
Emily, thank you. Angela, you're next, then Michael, then me.
Thank you, Amy. I have three questions. The first pertains to affordable housing. You've stated that the viability assessment has been independently reviewed on behalf of WBC. My first question is, what is the reason for not, in this instance, considering a deferred viability assessment calculated after a significant proportion of properties have actually been sold?
I didn't mention it, but the recommendation is actually that there would be a review mechanism built into the Section 106 agreement. So if the economic environment changed during the build period, there would be an opportunity for a contribution.
Thank you. That's very significant, so thank you very much indeed. Secondly, my second and third questions both pertain to safety and parking matters on Howard Road. Now, I think you've partly covered the first of those questions, but both Patricia and Jane made comments regarding, for instance, the single track nature of Howard Road, the existence of blind spots, reference to crossings. I think at Cockpit Path, again, you've addressed some of these issues. Safety of nearby residents, including those in Sale Garden Cottage, and the number of school children using the area was addressed. So I'd just like to ask again, if there's any further information which you would like to provide or able to provide with regards to safety concerns on Howard Road, and then related to that, parking was raised. Is there a condition intended that would prevent residents from Marketplace applying for residence permits, any residence permits in Howard Road?
If I deal with the last question first, the way the residence permit system works, only people within an identified zone are able to apply, and that is drawn quite tightly just to correspond with Howard Road itself. So new residents wouldn't be able to apply. I'm not sure there's a great deal I can add on the safety aspects other than to say that sort of visibility displays at the site accesses were considered as part of the assessment. And we can consider safety and the design as far as movements in and out of the site are concerned. I'm not sure there's a great deal, unless you've got anything to add, Gordon. On
as part of the design process, it will go through the 3-4 stages of safety audits. Stage 1 and 2 as part of the design, stage 3 implementation, and stage 4 after it's open. So there's, to make sure that all safety issues are included in the design. There's been a stage 1 safety audit as part of the planning, but that's an initial one. But there'll be a full suite of safety audits done as part of the detailed design process. So to be sure that, be sure that anything, if we do happen to miss something or they miss something, we do pick it up because they're done independently.
Thank you.
Michael?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I too have three questions. One that Councillor Ainsley actually mentioned in her submission about antisocial problems. I just wondered what further information to actually counter antisocial problems. And I've got another two questions.
I think in terms of antisocial behaviour, I think the applicant, kind of shares concerns about that in that they have issues with the site as it is at the moment. And I think the proposal would actually be a considerable benefit in that respect, because I think it's a well-established principle of good design that eyes on the street increase safety and reduce the likelihood of crime. And by introducing residential uses and the town centre uses, you're going to have presence in the buildings throughout the day and levels of activity, people coming and going, which would actually improve the safety of the surrounding area and equally reduce the likelihood of antisocial behaviour.
Yeah, could I just come back? I've actually got four questions now, or another three. At night time, that's when you're going to get more aggro. What about the night time?
I think the same principle applies. At the moment, you've got nobody there on that site at night. Now you'll have 60 flats with people in them who they may not, but they might, summon somebody, or just the fact that there are people there deters antisocial behaviour in the first place.
That's probably true, but I think lighting would go a long way to that as well. But that's an observation.
I think there'd be lighting in part of the scheme anyway.
Okay.
So
my second question is actually going on about affordable housing, which has come up a lot, and I did notice down when I was reading through the agenda in the last few days, and I'm disappointed there's no affordable housing, because there've been many points made about people are struggling to get on the housing ladder. I just wondered if there's more information as to why. I know there's been some information as to why it's unviable, but I just want a little bit more flesh as to why it is unviable.
I think the experience, of the council schemes and other schemes in the town centre is that it's just unusually expensive and difficult to redevelopment in town centre locations. The site's a lot more constrained. You're incorporating an existing building, which from a construction point of view is more difficult and more complicated than just having a clean sheet and starting by clearing the site. And then also the fact that you're fitting in with an existing structure and the adjoining structures limits the layout and makes it less efficient in some ways. So, for example, some of the units are bigger than you might have otherwise expected, which in some ways is a good thing. There's a whole lot of things that follow on from a town centre location, really.
I'm not sure people who live in affordable housing would like to hear that. Going on about Howard Road, which is quite alarming, the pictures of it's a very narrow road. I was quite surprised how narrow that is. And you're going on about sort of road improvements, and there was mention about safety stages. I'm just really wondering what safety. This is what Gordon actually mentioned. What does that actually entail? What does that mean? Because I don't know what it means. I'm sure the audience don't know what it means neither.
So the road safety audits look at the design of the scheme on paper to start with. They then go through the set regulations you've got to go through to checking. For instance, pedestrian safety, visibility displays, other crossing points, tactile pavement, things like that. The designer has to respond to those comments. That response has got to be accepted by ourselves as the highway authority. If they do get accepted, or it could go through several iterations before it does, you then go on to what's called the stage 3, which is when it's actually built. And then again, they've got to go through the audit process, they've got to do any snaggings and everything else. Then there's the fourth stage, which is done, I can't remember the period, a set period after it's been open, and there's still snagging to be done. So there's a lot, quite a hefty stages to go through throughout the design and build process.
Can I just add to that as well? So we're not saying there's not going to be any traffic on Howard Road. There obviously is additional spaces. But if you look at the approaches to that part of the development, you got Langborough Road, Murdoch Road and Howard Road, which all essentially have width restrictions are difficult to negotiate down. So there'll be residents that will be accessing, additional residents that will be accessing Howard Road, which is five spaces. There is a delivery bay on the Cockpit Heath, so you wouldn't necessarily expect deliveries to come via Howard Road. If they're delivering to Howard Road and Langborough, they probably will come up that way. But if they're going to the site, the likelihood is they'll go the easier way, which is in via Sturgis Road and that way, or deliver from the front. So I think there's absolutely an impact on Howard Road, but it's a limited impact, and we feel it's not significant enough to cause issues.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just really wondering about the stages. Who actually accepts them? Does it go out to consultation? I think it'd be interesting for the people out.
What happens is that it's the audits are usually done by somebody independent to the designers. The designer then responds. Then it comes to our highways agreement team here as part of the highways agreement process to actually go through and agree or not agree with the recommendations and response to the recommendations. That's how we go through the safety audit process. So it's it could be several iterations before we actually get where we're agreed, and then we go on to the next stage, same again, and the next stage.
Thank you.
Wayne?
I was just trying to find out why, because I don't know this area very well, why we didn't go on a site visit here. I mean, I accept 100% we had the briefing, but when I see those pictures of Howard Road, etc., and when I hear Patricia Donkin talk, I think to myself, well, I would actually like to see this. And I would like to see because at the moment I'm still struggling, Gordon, with safety audits. I understand what safety audits are. And I understand the process of you work through to get safety audits, etc. But I want to see on site how that practically turns from a design to a finished article. And I want to see where the tactical paving is going to go, how that's going to impact on the existing paving. I want to look at Sale cottages or Sale, yeah, thank you. But can I just fundamentally, why didn't we go on a site visit? I know I wasn't around, but I understand this one was taken off.
When we did the briefing on this, we did encourage members to go up there if they could go up and have a look, because it's obviously a public road. You can walk up there, you can see it. There's no restricted views. So we didn't have a site visit for that purpose, because obviously the plans, we're not doing anything to Howard Road as such. The main works are to the site, and there's an access into the site. So there's nothing new to what's going on. There's the parking area at the top of Howard Road is changing slightly, but apart from that, there's nothing on the highway as such changing.
I take your point about not going. What are these safety audits for then, if we're not doing anything on the road, on the highway?
The safety audits are for the proposed accesses and what's called Howard Close, because there'll be additions to the highway network for people to walk or drive on.
Just to be clear, so as part of the highway assessment, we would look at the existing roads, the existing public access via public roads. The safety audits are in relation to the development itself. So it's accesses to the site, egress from the site. So that will all be looked at as part of the highway assessment. But in terms of the public roads around it, it is considered that nothing needs to be done to them, essentially, because they are what they are. And it's so that the safety audit is to do with access to the site.
Well, I'll let others talk, but I just, I'll go back to Rachel. I mean, you know how many times I've banged on at this committee about affordable housing and got nowhere. I agree with you 100%, but the process is the process. Unless it's changed in law, we can't do anything about it. But I do support your sentiment because you're absolutely right. But I'll let everybody else talk and then I'll come back to massing. And
Yeah, just for the sake of the audience, I think we're talking what seems to be a highly technical point on affordable housing. We are set down by government policy and by law in terms of viability assessments for contributions to social housing. There is pretty much nothing that the council can do about that. And it is almost certain that were we to refuse the application simply on the grounds that it contained no affordable housing contribution, that would be overturned on appeal without question. It's just not an acceptable reason for us legally to turn that application down. I agree with the sentiments expressed by Rochelle and by Wayne that it absolutely should be part of the planning process. We are where we are with that, and we just haven't got an ability to counteract government policy on that. My own questions, and I'll come back to you, Wayne, and to Bill. I think there's a number of issues on this. I mean, on the plus side, we have to look at the good points. We've got 60 houses in one of the most sustainable locations in the borough, and that is no mean contribution to our housing needs. Yes, there's an issue about massing and about size and density, but we will be doubtless talking about building in the countryside before the evening is out. And if you don't build in the countryside, you've got to build in the towns. It's as simple as that. That is not, of course, good news to the residents of Langborough Road, and I appreciate none of us like change on our doorstep, particularly in its change as dramatic as this, and it is dramatic. But other changes have taken place in the town centre that were dramatic and such as Elmsfield, and have generally proven to be successful. I come back to this. I mean, we're all focusing, I think, as the one major concern is the highway safety aspect. I take your point, Gordon, that actually the only new road is how the proposed Howard Close, Howard Gardens are as they are. When we do the highways assessment, that will include the impact on Howard Gardens in full, so not just the new road, but the whole element. And there will be scope at that point, I presume, that should, for example, speed humps or some other form of physical restriction be required, that could be, I'm not asking to make a commitment to it, but it might be considered at this time as a potential mitigation.
Safety audit, yes. It is very rare of our safety audit, something raised in a safety audit at that stage, to be refused, unless it's they've got a good reason for it. But if something has come up, they will all be incorporated in the design, yes.
Wayne, did you have another? Sorry, Bill, you've another turn.
Thank you. I'd like some clarification over this loading and delivery bay. It seems to me that the only way in is through Cockpit Path and the only way out. Therefore, it seems to me if you've got a vehicle in there, the only way is it for him to get there is to reverse out into Cockpit Path car park. That's assuming there's only one vehicle delivering at a time. If there's more than one vehicle, they're either going to be queuing up or they're going to be jammed up trying to get out. Seems to me they can't go through these sliding gates because that's by residents' entrance only. Also, that is the only access for deliveries to the arcade and the shops. Where would the other delivery area be for the arcade?
They would be on Marketplace.
Right, so they're going to be parking in the road.
No, there's a loading base on Marketplace,
and that's to also get into the arcade. For
until 7 o'clock at night, and then become the taxi rank.
Right. Still quite a distance for a delivery, isn't it?
Just if you look at the plan that's shown up, if you look at the dotted blue line to the north on Marketplace, if you can see that.
Yeah.
So that's the market bay. So that's where all the deliveries for the shops in the town come to anyway. Right. The front delivery.
The loading bay at the back is purely for the residential area. That, as I say, is assuming that there's only one vehicle there. Any vehicle entering or coming there is going to have to reverse into Cockpit car park, which is not ideal, I wouldn't have thought, as we were saying how many people are actually pedestrian children using it.
It's no different than if you're just parking in a space, though. So if you parked in a normal car parking space, drove in, you have to reverse out. So they obviously have to take care of when they're reversing out. The details of how the pedestrian path will work with that need to be looked at, but it does pass the safety audit. So essentially, absolutely you're right. If they drive in, they have to reverse out, but it is no different than many spaces. And there's plenty of parking around that area. You've got the parking at Cockpick Park, and you've got Denmark Street car park. So as I said before, one of the issues of getting to this site, if you tried to use Howard Road, it's a very narrow road. The residents will tell you that. And actually getting to Murdoch Road and Lambert Road, they're not easy roads to go in if you have a delivery van. You're going to choose, if you know it, you're going to choose a different route because there's an easier route to get there, unless you're doing that delivery along. So I think in terms of deliveries, I don't think, yes, that they're likely to be 1 or 2 or maybe 3 at times, but there's sufficient parking in that area at the back to allow them to park, because you got to remember those spaces probably aren't full all the time in the car parks anyway. So.
Just seems to me that, that you've got an exit for the residents in the same areas you've got the vehicles waiting to deliver. And you're not going to just have one at a time. That's what I'm saying is a bit of a...
Just to be clear, I don't know if you know the site, but if you see the big red line, so the L from the 31, so there's all parking spaces along that red line. And the access where the bay is going into the underground parking between the buildings. So there's enough space to park a van there and get cars in and out.
Wayne down to speak, and I'm conscious we spent best part of 3/4 of an hour on this one, so we need to think about the rest of the evening's agenda. Wayne?
Yeah, sorry, just to build on Bill's point. So up until 7 o'clock at night, loading for the retail shops will be on Marketplace. After 7 o'clock, they can't park there, so do they go around the back, or they're not allowed to deliver after 7?
It's highly likely that the retail shops will have a delivery after 7 o'clock at night. Basically because as a retail delivery, because they tend to be during the day.
So we've answered the question on affordable housing. I take your points, David, on matting, size, etc. Just one point, because I didn't realise that there was no alterations to any of the roads at the back. They all stay as is. And if we've got no deliveries coming in there, apart from the deliveries to the normal households, that limits that. But I think we'll talk about safety audits as an informative or the detail of the safety audits, right? But if we can just look at Block C and what was mentioned with regards to the impact of the 4-storey on. Could you show that again, Emmy? Could you show that picture, please? So correct me if I'm wrong, Emmy, is the issue the outlook onto Howard Palmer Gardens?
It's the scale of that corner building in relation to Howard Palmer Gardens, and you've got a more suburban scale of development to the south of the site.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Emmy, just following on that point, while we have this slide in front of us, where is Swift House in relation to Block C?
Sorry, just going back to the elevation, it's quite faint, but you can see Swift House is the building on the far right of that elevation at the top of the slide.
That seems to be of a fairly similar height.
It's very similar, within about less than half a metre difference, I think.
Thank you.
Okay, so members of the committee, we've given it a good questioning. I think there are some points in terms of other informatives, probably not conditions, but certainly informatives about how the road safety audit continues during the development phase, and that special attention should definitely be given to the traffic impacts on Howard Road. We now need to make a decision. So is there anybody present? The officer recommendation is that we accept the application. Is there anybody who prepared to propose acceptance of the application?
Just before I do that, I'd like to ask that it be made absolutely clear that this would be conditional upon a deferred viability assessment or review. Yeah, and for that to be, clearly a condition or clearly, specified.
It is in the heads of terms listed in section 16 of the report. So yeah, that will definitely be in the instructions to legal.
So I've got Andrew proposing that we accept the or approve the application. Do you have someone to second that? Al has seconded it. So can I have a show of hands for those in favour of the application? Thank you. Those against? 3. Anybody abstaining? No, in that case, the application is approved. Thank you. I'm sorry, we're not here to answer questions from the audience, but thank you for that. You're present. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to agenda item 67. I'm going to reiterate for the purpose of those still in the room, this is a quasi-judicial committee. People are here to observe, but unless you're here to speak by prior appointment to speak, I do ask you to remain silent. I would also ask other members of the committee, be you officers or members, again, if we can keep noise, keyboard noise or whatever down to an absolute minimum as well, that would be good. But I would ask everyone here to respect the proceedings and particularly respect those who are registered to speak, including the officers. Thank you. So application number 231351 171 Evenden's Lane. Ben is the officer presenting. Ben, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. There. Excellent. Thank you, Chair. This is application 231351 to the Evening Centre at 171 Evenings Lane within Wokingham. This is the outline application with all matters bar access reserved for the erection of a 64-bed care home with associated hard landscaping, soft landscaping, sustainable urban drainage, parking, of course, and access. Just to brief members, given this is an outline application, we are merely considering the principal development in this location and the access. Further details of the access will be secured by further details and the appropriate highways agreement. So the application site is located within the designated countryside, and this figure shows the site's proximity, the site, of course, being in red, to the major development location of Wokingham, which is shown in purple. Now, the proposal is stuck between two developments per se. We have the major development to the east, and then, of course, we have Redlands Place to the west. So the proposal in this respect warrants consideration as limited infill ribbon development, or redevelopment in this case, of previously developed land. So this graphic here shows that more at an aerial level, a little bit closer to the site, which shows the site's very close proximity to this major development location. We can see that, yes, the site is partially previously developed. We see the area of grassland to the north of the application site, and that is undeveloped land. But the vast majority of the site in its entirety, around 60% of the entire site area, just over, is entirely previously developed land. Now, moving to the existing uses themselves, there are 5 current businesses operating out of the Eventon Centre. This is a sui generis use. There is no presumption to protect these uses as per policy CP15. The site itself is host to several single-story buildings with very steep pitched roofs. Now, these are architecturally uninspiring. The site is rather unkempt, and the development proposal provides an opportunity to enhance this with a £9 million investment to construct a 64-bed care home. Now, the uses on site themselves, they will not be entirely displaced. They are fully anticipating and relocating into the borough. And overall, we'll be seeing a significant increase in fixed-term employment on site as well. So taking the site in isolation and zooming slightly out and isolating the site, we have a parameters plan, which we are considering as a part of this application. So primarily starting with the orange part of your screen right there, that is our built form, our amenity space, communal terrace, etc., and also all external buffering. We have green infrastructure shown in green, which wraps around the site. Now, this does not take into account the very verdant nature of the site, which we'll get into slightly later on in the presentation. This enhances it and provides a visual and spatial buffer away from these valuable landscape features. Shown in purple, we have the access loading and parking bays, with 35 spaces provided on site, as indicated. We have a suds basin and on-site drainage shown to the bottom left-hand side of your screen in the form of a suds basin. And in the area of white, we have biodiversity net gain, which we provided not quite on site, but in the same area of the applicant's ownership. Finally, we have the on and off-site pedestrian enhancements, which create a clear-cut link between the application site and the major development location, which has been secured by obligation and will later be confirmed by the relevant highways agreement. Moving on to what we could expect to see. So this is the indicative layout provided. Now, bearing in mind, of course, this is an outline, so therefore this is not the fixed be-all and end-all. However, it provides a good indication of what we could see on site to fulfill the overall quantum of development, including the parking layout to the north. Now, this design and indicative layout has been inspired by preventing visual encroachment into the countryside. Now, officers absolutely acknowledge the fact that the presence of built form, it does not extend past the fixed building line along Belgrove Lane. If we look up to the north of the site, the only encroachment we're really seeing is for the parking area, which is very well shielded, so any harm will be entirely localized. So in slightly more detail, officers have worked very proactively with the applicant through pre-application stages, also throughout the application process to provide an indication of what we could be seeing on the ground. Now, working with Trees and Landscape, we have worked to achieve an indicative material palette which complements the landscape character area, and there's no objection from Trees and Landscape on this basis. This makes what could potentially be quite a large and harmful building nicely integrate into its surroundings. And furthermore, the proactive discussions have revealed the fact that we've reduced the height of the building to a 2.5-story building, which ridge height similarly matches the local vernacular. In fact, by virtue of land levels sitting marginally lower than the dwellings along Belgrove Lane. Now, to preach this screening aspect of the site, the vast majority of the landscape features have been indicated to be retained. Now, again, landscape is a reserved matter. However, this provides a nice indication of what the applicant is considering on retaining, and we've conditioned quite tightly its retention in future. So this, believe it or not, is actually after the development would be built. So this is not a 10-year difference in change. This is if the development was built out right now with the landscaping features that we have, this is the resulting appearance. So as you can see from the Belgrove Lane and Eventon Lane junction, only very oblique views are afforded to the site. And in fact, the only main views you'll be seeing from the site are very oblique still, but that is from the Belgrove Lane access. Any harm caused by the proposal, which we believe is incredibly minor, is also incredibly localized. Jumping into the site, so if we're looking south from the tip-top north of the site, we can see that landscaping measures have been implemented on site, indicatively shown. including the presence of grasscrete to provide much needed parking on site, but also to, again, integrate the proposal far better into its landscape surroundings. The design itself, as indicated, is of high quality. And again, this is a result of proactive works between the applicant and officers. And the conditions, of course, have been applied to ensure the material palette is acceptable to the local planning authority, as well as a condition stating that future applications, should the application be approved, the reserved matter stage should follow the principles as outlined very clearly within the design and access statement. Accordingly, the recommendation is for approval, subject to the conditions and informatives listed within Appendix 1 of my committee reports, the completion of an associated Section 106 legal agreement, and the heads of terms of this are listed within the recommendation section of the committee report. And finally, be this a three-tiered permission, should the Section 106 not be signed within a period of 6 months, we request members of the planning committee to authorize refusal unless an otherwise agreed extension is made. Thank you ever so much.
Ben, thank you very much indeed for that. Our first speaker is once again Louise Timlin on behalf of Wokingham Town Council. You know the drill by now, Louise. Thank you.
Yes, so I'd like to represent Wokingham Town Council, and I would like to say that we still strongly object to this proposed development. We feel it's in completely the wrong location. It's an unsustainable location for this development. Particularly, we're looking at the local bus service is inadequate for patients and staff, and this has been very clearly outlined in objections to the application. There are no local facilities except for a very small cafe. Staff wishing to leave the site during their breaks will have to drive. Bus services are inadequate for visitors, particularly at the weekends, and the proposed minibus service is highly unlikely to solve these issues. We're also very concerned about the access to the site along Blagrove Lane, Doles Lane and Evandens. They're just not adequate to take extra traffic, in particular larger vehicles such as delivery vehicles. Travelling along these roads is already quite hazardous for cyclists and pedestrians. There are narrow footpaths, no footpaths, very narrow roads and a lot of parked vehicles. So we have very strong concerns about road safety from the additional traffic, including the larger delivery vehicles. And it's absolutely clear that this proposed development will put extra pressure on these roads, which are not equipped to deal with that. I'd also like to talk about the biodiversity, because obviously the council has recently declared an ecological emergency, and the fact that half of this site is open field and paddock, enclosed by wooded boundaries. I'm very concerned about the loss of biodiversity here. So that's my objections. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Next to speak, who's not on the list but registered very late, is Mr. Ian Andrews as a resident. Thank you.
Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I'm the chair of the Evandens Residents Association, and I've been asked to speak by the residents tonight, especially a number who live directly opposite the proposed site. I am going to object to the application and would like to respectively remind the council the application relates to access to the site, not a debate on whether we need a private care home. We were surprised to see the planning officer's speculation and a 65-page fan report on the care home. Moving on, I'm just going to address 3 points within the time allowed. The first one is around the access location, the meat of this application. We believe if we look at CP4, then the proposed new entrance is in a dangerous location due to the knock-on effect of queuing traffic waiting to enter the single track part of Blagrove Lane at the proposed entrance. Note there have been previous applications to develop on this land, and the access was refused as being dangerous previously. The proposed entrance is located immediately next to the single part track of Blagrove Lane. Currently existing traffic heading north on Blagrove Lane waits at the current proposed place where they're going to put a crossing for traffic to pass. If vehicles turning out of the new entrance, traffic's going to back up to Evidence Lane. During the recent sinkhole issue, which many of you remember, that lasted almost 9 months, traffic was increased along Blagrove Lane, and it was a disaster. It proved unsuitable as a route for deliveries and large vehicles. There were frequent road rage incidents, and I think we would engineer a repeat of that if we changed the access as proposed. I did consult an owner of a similar 30-bed care home and asked him what the impact and volume of traffic from the business. His first comment was, "Oh God, that's an interesting question. We have turned our road into a motorway." His advice was that the 24/7 nature of the business proposed lends itself to 3 shifts a day, morning, afternoon and evening shift changes, which increased greatly to traffic of staff coming and going. The staff, I asked him what kind of staff and traffic does he generate. He said carers, cleaners, kitchen staff, admins, managers, as well as doctors, nurses and ambulance on an ad hoc basis. He estimates 60 cars a day before visitors are allowed for, and for food, milk, clinical waste, general waste. He also said that it tends to be bigger lorries and often noisy at night for the services to this site. In summary, the impact of a 24/7 business in this residential area and moving the access from the existing on Evidence Lane, which has worked perfectly well for years, and minibus business comes in and out of there, we think is just wrong. The planning officer suggests that the current site is unattractive. However, it has been stables previously and was developed to respect the history.
Mr. Andrews, I'm going to have to ask you to stop there, please. You've had your 3 minutes.
I will just say
Mr. Andrews, we are being firm with rules, everyone, so thank you. Okay, we now have Mr. Peter Home, the agent, who's going to speak on behalf of the applicant.
Good evening. I'm Peter Home, a planning consultant from Gillings Planning, speaking on behalf of the applicant. You have heard from your officer, due to the status of Wokingham's local plan and housing land supply, the tilted balance as set out in national policies applies, meaning that you are called upon to grant permission unless adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against policies. This is important because the harm caused by this proposal is minor, as set out in the report, and the benefits are significant and wide-ranging. You will also have read in your officer's report that there is a significant unmet need for specialist care accommodation for older people in the borough, including those suffering with dementia. Regarding the location of the site, it is directly adjacent to the edge of Wokingham, and importantly, it is a previously developed site. Far from being isolated, urban development extends west from the site towards Redlands Place. In these respects, the site does not function as countryside, and any harm caused, therefore, is much reduced as a consequence. With regard to other concerns raised, I want to stress that the applicant's team have worked diligently and positively with your officers to resolve each of the issues and to avoid and minimise harm. Taking the issue of visual impact, the applicant has revised the initial design work and provided illustrative material, as you have now seen, on how the scheme will integrate sensitively and sympathetically into the existing landscape. We have shown how the landscaping could be enhanced and how the care home could be designed to improve the site's environment from the current position. With regard to the site access, evidence is clear that the proposed access is safer than the existing one. This will also allow the care home to be better aligned to the existing previously developed part of the site, and so reduce the encroachment on the countryside. The applicant has agreed to secure a minibus for staff use, which will significantly reduce vehicle movements and will improve site sustainability. Through positive working with your officers, I am pleased to say that there are no objections from statutory consultees. Whilst we acknowledge that some people remain unconvinced, the applicant has committed to undertaking meaningful community consultation prior to reserve matters, and this commitment is secured by condition. To conclude, I will reiterate the benefits of the proposal. The scheme will address unmet need for specialist care for local people. It will provide a contribution equivalent to 35 dwellings in the borough. The level of biodiversity net gain is higher than what local policy requires. It will create 50 new jobs for the borough and wider economic benefits. and it will deliver a high-quality design, enhancing the site and making better use of previously developed land. Therefore, members, I hope you all support the officer's recommendation and approve this application. Thank you very much.
Mr. Holmes, thank you very much. We finally have Sarah Kerr. So Sarah Kerr is the ward member.
Good evening. It's great that the applicant worked diligently and effectively with officers. It's a shame they didn't do the same with the community. They actually wrote direct community engagement would be of limited benefit to all involved. I know it's not a planning consideration, but it's pretty shameful, really. So I appreciate you've got to think about the tilted balance here. And the tilted balance in the view of the applicant and the planning officer is that it goes in favour of this. But I would like to suggest that the negative aspects have been significantly downplayed. And for those of you that came on the site visit, I'm sure you can actually see with your own eyes the real negative aspects of this. Most of those have been covered. I do want to just pick out a couple of key points. The planning inspector, when previous applications have gone in, actually said, I'm quoting, the development of the site for housing would constitute an urban encroachment onto land that is, for the most part, undeveloped. I just want to make that clear. It's deemed mostly undeveloped. That's the planning inspector. It's going to have a massive visual impact. It's mostly farmland, actually. There are animals on that land. The buildings, yes, they're a bit unkept, but that's rural land. It's farmland, okay? In terms of unsustainability and from a tilted balance perspective, the NPPF is clear that it has to be done on sustainable values, and there's nothing sustainable about this site. It presumes that people in the care home are going to be prisoners. When my auntie was in a care home, she had a car, she went out and drove, she went out for walks. How are people supposed to do that when there is no safe pedestrian access to that site at all? Other than the cafe, it's 1.6 miles, I believe, to any nearer shops or anything. So if people actually want to go out for something, they will be forced to use their car. As someone who walks and cycles, it's not that safe to be walking and cycling around there. And it has been deemed unsustainable in previous applications. The planning inspector said it was unsustainable, and a minibus and one pedestrian crossing is not going to change where this is located. Parking is going to be a massive issue. There just aren't enough spaces there. I've got Alexandra Grange Care Home in my ward, and the overflow of that car parking spills out onto the local roads. We've actually had to get some traffic regulation order in place in one road because people actually couldn't get out of their drives because of it. That's council extra money on top of that, as well as the inconvenience. And there is no space for people. You've been to the site, you've seen it's just not going to work there. A few other points I just wanted to make. I know that this isn't a material planning consideration, but ultimately having more private care homes in the borough is going to be more significantly damaging financially to the council with the social care reform bill coming. Allowing this to go through would put the council in more financial danger, and ultimately that risks a Section 114 notice, and that would have significant damage to the community with less services available for people. Thank you.
Thank you. We should declare that a site visit did take place, and I think, who wasn't there? I think we were all there except for Wayne and Tony. Okay. Do I have any questions for officers from those wishing to speak? I've got Rochelle, I've got Michael, I've got Tony, and I'm sure there'll be more. Rochelle?
I just wondered if Highways would comment on the viability of the access to the site. And second question would be, what is the need for having extra care for dementia patients in the borough at this point? How short are we, in other words?
Looking at the access and the design of the access, it went through the normal assessment process, swept past the visibility space, to be sure that they were within standards. There was visibility to the speed of the road and everything else. We also looked at the safety of it and everything else. And at the end of the day, taking all that into consideration, it was felt that the location of the access proposed would be a safe access subject to the design, which is secured by condition.
And just to add to that, as far as we're aware, when we have reviewed the on-site appeal decisions, the access did not form a reason for refusal. WBC Highways previously made it abundantly clear, as did the inspector, the location of the access was entirely safe. I completely understand that the concerns, because of course it's changing its location. But again, we have no objection from Highways. We have appeal precedent from the inspector. It's important that members take those comments and rulings previously into consideration. So moving on to the need, if you wouldn't mind, Chair. We have a variety. Needs a very difficult thing for a planning officer to assess. There's many different types of need. You have your acute need, you have your specialist need, you have your overarching need, local need, toolkit need. There's a lot of figures being thrown around. So the ones that I've included in my committee report, we'll start with the ones presented by Adult Social Care within Wokingham, within 2 recent appeal decisions, one to Swanning Golf Club and then one in Shinfield. So I have been liaising with Adult Social Care, and I've confirmed that the need figures as expressed in those 2 appeal decisions, they have not changed. The member should certainly note the fact that our own figures as a council, which is not what I want to be saying as an officer, they've been heavily queried and they've been heavily scrutinised by the inspector in the past. And therefore members must consider that in the context of the application, previous appeal decisions, and come to their own view on which need figure that we arrive at. Now, I think the previous almost attacks on our own personal figures have been the fact that they did not relate solely to post-COVID recovery. So of course, during COVID, we were terrified to go outside for good reason. And the same thing worked with care. We were seeing more home care, and there was a real bounce back. And our original stats, as the inspector has previously said, verbatim, that we did not take that into account. That's again something that needs to be considered by members. Now, the applicants submitted an updated need assessment. So this is the most recent assessment of need that we have at our disposal, and they go into slightly more detail as per that it's not just one number of need. We have dementia need for ensuite, we have dementia need for wet rooms, we have an overarching need for those individual specialist aspects. And therefore, again, it's members' discretion of which figure they go with, but I'd most certainly recommend aligning yourselves as closely as possible with the inspector. The numbers themselves, within the borough, it's 235 ensuite rooms required, 480 wet rooms required, and this is the applicant's information. Specifically for dementia, we have 33 dementia requirements for an ensuite, 77 for dementia wet rooms rather, and of course we have catchment need as well. So considering that, we have a demand of about 475 ensuite, 764 wet rooms, 261 dementia specialist ensuite, and 319 dementia specialist wet rooms. And this then, of course, does stand slightly different to Adult Social Care's figure of 158 total over the entire plan period. So there are rather large discrepancies there, but that's a balancing exercise for members.
Thanks, Ben. Michael?
I think I've got one question, but I might have a further one on this. Depends on the answer. I'm just really wondering, what is the speed limit on Evidence Lane at that particular point?
So around 10 metres from the existing access, as we saw on site, it jumps up from a 30 to a 60. So that in part informed the rationale behind the access on Blagrove Lane. Of course, we have the pedestrian crossing, which will act as natural traffic calming, and people will not be hitting 60 miles an hour or rapidly accelerating up Blagrove Lane, considering the distance of the access. So that answers your question, Michael.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I know when we saw it, and I did value the site meeting, when you go at the existing entrance to the site at the moment, you're going on a part of Evidence Lane that's got a limit of 60.
That's correct.
And it goes further up or down, I'm not too sure what, it goes to 30. But that 30 sign is actually beyond Blagrove Lane. So whether you have the entrance to the site at either Evidence Lane or Blagrove Lane, it will still enter onto a 60-mile-an-hour limit as it stands at the moment. And I think looking at the site, Blagrove Lane, you're not going to go further down it because it's too narrow. There's no pavements for quite a while. So you're going to go into Evidence Lane either left or right. I'm just really wondering what officers' views are on that, because I do find that quite quite potentially dangerous, to say the least.
I think you're right. Due to the nature of Playgrove Lane, and have driven it many a time, with your sometimes with your eyes shut sometimes because you don't know what's coming. I think most people, you know what I mean, but yeah, but most people would, I think, access via Everton's Lane because more direct to the Fishampstead Road. Then I think my own view, they come up from Fishampstead Road rather than going further up Everton's Lane. That's what my understanding would be. Yes.
I know when I went there personally, I went down the other end of Evidence Lane, so it's quite a nice country lane, and you're wondering when you're going to find the site. But I do find that quite dangerous. But thank you for the answer.
I think we should be clear that it isn't Wokingham policy to drive Playgrove Lane with your eyes shut. I think I have Tony next.
Thank you. I didn't go on the site visit, and my apologies for that. But I do live fairly close to here, so I know quite well. One of the things I know about Evenham's Lane is that there's the primary school at the end of it, and there are major problems at school pick-up and drop-off times with the parking of parents all the way up and down that. I wondered if we'd made any assessment of access to the care home, you know, for time of day and reviewed that situation.
Is that in relation to on-street parking? Is that in relation to queuing, sir? Could I have some clarity, please?
Well, it is parents dropping children off well parking on street. So you're restricted then in Evenham's Lane at that time of day to quite a narrow passageway through.
Completely understood. Again, having something like a school, I've been dealing with it with several other applications recently, can't necessarily prejudice highways considerations. Now, there's no TRO along Evenham's Lane, so frankly, there is nothing stopping anyone dropping their kids, picking them up, waiting there for the entire school day. There's nothing preventing that. So it's most definitely noted, but given the actual trip generation of this proposal, it's been clarified using T-RIX data that given the existing 5 businesses on site, many of them which are actually transport businesses, the trip generation of this single care home will be far lesser than the existing commercial complex that we're seeing on site.
Right. Thank you.
And then just in addition to that, through the construction environment management plan, that has been secured by planning condition, there will be ensure that deliveries wherever possible, construction deliveries wherever possible, are outside the school start time and end times, and that with the delivery and servicing plan, ensure that deliveries wherever possible are outside that time as well.
Andrew?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My first question relates to the reminder that the resident gave us that this is an outline application in which all matters are reserved except for access. So my first question focuses on access, and I'm wondering if any of the officers are able to provide a brief summary of the nature of the existing traffic, including traffic levels and the nature of vehicles entering and leaving this site, and also whether the borough has any comparable data on vehicles entering and leaving a care home of this nature. The residents certainly, quoted at length somebody, who expressed a view on this. I'm just wondering whether you officers, are able to shed more light on the types of vehicles and likely to be using such a site. When you're looking at a site like this, what you've got are people travel there either by staff by car or by bus or by minibus. You've got the doctors when they come in, but they're not there every day, or nurses or pediatric. It's all the different medical services that come in, but they're not there every day. You have the food delivery, you'll have the laundry delivery.
you have the commercial refuse collection, but they're not every day. Then you have the visitors to the care home. Unlike a hospital, they tend to be, given the nature of the care home, they tend to be a bit more flexible on the time when people can visit. Therefore, they're not all coming at, like, for example, 2 o'clock for a hospital appointment or a hospital visit. They tend to be more throughout the day. So what you've got more spread of traffic. And looking at as part of the assessment, they looked at matrix data from comparable sites, which looked at parking utilization, etc. That's where the trip rates came from. And then we look at the busiest hour and we compare that to the existing use of the site. And you're looking at a slightly lower figure than what you've already got from existing use.
Thank you. And can you just clarify the nature of the types of vehicles that are currently used, nature and numbers of the types of vehicles currently using the site?
I'm afraid I don't have precise numbers, Andrew, but I can definitely clarify the types of vehicles entering the site. So we have Keep Mobile on site currently. So we have lots of minibuses, of course, entering and exiting the site. Of course, this is a commercial complex, so we will be having delivery vehicles. And again, I can't precisely state which exact vehicles there are. But even then, the vast majority will be larger vehicles. I think we saw on site the presence of the minibuses and how that does take up the majority of the site. No, as far as I'm aware, we haven't got 10 Arctics coming in and out every day. But again, overall, based on the information that's being presented to us, it will be, again, lower overall trip generation. And of course, if there's one minibus or 2 minibuses serving the site, again, other than delivery vehicles, mostly cars.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to a different issue, and that is a comparison, or to follow up on a comment that I believe Councillor Kerr made, quote, that it is currently farmland. It is farmland, was the quote I wrote down. What is the footprint of the existing building, and how would that compare with the footprint of what is being proposed?
So I think it's important to clarify that the appeal decision related to a wider site. It actually included the area which has been fully designated here for biodiversity net gain. So the overall site area is significantly lower. That paddock or that open field, that will be retained for biodiversity net gain purposes. Now on site, we have that small area I showed in my presentation to the north of the site. That is grassland, and that will likely be where the parking will go. But overall, the vast majority of green space on the site will be retained. And this is not just for now. Of course, biodiversity net gains tie the developer in with a 30-year management agreement. So essentially, by securing this without a variation, which we need to be party to, the retention of that grassland facing Dolls Lane, which is far more, I'd say would hurt more, I suppose, have a higher magnitude of change if development was to go there, that will be retained for a 30-year period.
Are you able to give any indication of how the footprints of existing and proposed development would be?
Yes. So I did a little measurement earlier. We're looking at about circa 860 square meters as existing of GEA, and we're looking at about just under 1,600 is our proposed indicative GEA. But again, this was purely to lower those ridge heights, of course, to make it less domineering in the landscape. And the overall form itself, it only represents 19% plot coverage, so it doesn't constitute overdevelopment officer's opinion.
And one final question for the moment, if I may. Councillor Kerr also asserted that if this application was approved and the project went ahead, that it could have some kind of financial costs for the council. If that was indeed the case, is it a material planning consideration?
No, it's absolutely not. Again, completely understand the concern, and it's completely reasonable to mention speculative burden, which may or may not happen. But in terms of the planning balance, it holds absolutely no weight because it's purely speculative and has nothing to do with planning.
Thank you. On the site visit, we had the opportunity to look at the existing access and the proposed access. And as you've said, there doesn't seem to be any, we've got commercial vehicles leaving there throughout the day, whether they be the Keep Mobile or other vehicles delivering there. If that existing access in Evandens Lane had a swept corner, very much like the entrance to Blargrove Lane, what would the difference be? What would the difference be as far as safety is concerned? I don't see. Even when we were on the site visit, I couldn't see the actual need to move that access site. The other thing is there any record of any accidents that have occurred through vehicles entering and exiting that site?
Grab this first. So the impact essentially would be twofold of retaining the Evandens access. By widening that to facilitate the delivery vehicles, acceptable swept paths, acceptable visibility displays, we'd actually have to move the overall built form north, which would then cause a mass encroachment into the countryside. The current layout, the current utilization of the Blargrove Lane access prevents that further encroachment of built form, which has both visual benefits and spatial benefits. In terms of highway safety, we briefly touched on that. It all comes down to the traffic calming measures proposed, how it will slow vehicles down, how it is in a slower part of the road because it's right off the junction, but not straight off the junction. It's a far safer access, and I'm sure Gordon can concur in better detail than I can.
Regarding the accident records, the only accident records that are kept are casualty only accident records. So if you get slight bumps and everything else, they're not recorded. And in the past, and we normally look at the past 5 years, which is the standard time period, and I cannot recall any access at that access based on the records that we have.
Wayne?
Ben, you lost me earlier. I don't know if that was on purpose. When we talk about need, you mentioned the care home at Sonning. Were you referring to the one that got refused, or were you were? Okay. So you said that it's up to us to make up our own mind. But what was the numbers in terms of, because I didn't write them down because I didn't realise you were going to, what is the current shortfall? Because this very committee has approved care homes, one in Campley Park, and I don't see anything going on there. So it's all very well us coming to these committees and agreeing things, but in order for that to get into the mix and to get into the pipeline, in order to be then counted into a 5-year land supply, they need to start moving. I'll come on to more about that later. But so what is the net position in terms of what extra care beds, rooms, whatever we need?
Would you like the borough figure, Wayne, or the catchment figure? Because they do vary.
Yeah, give me both.
Okay, so the overarching need within the borough for dementia ensuite or wet room, we have 110 combined.
Yep.
Try to do some quick maths here, Wayne, sorry. So then we have 715 ensuite and wet room for general care as well within the borough.
That's what we have now.
No, that is what we are. That's correct.
So we're short on 825.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also then this is another question for Gordon. Why is it, Gordon, we don't get to see the tricks data? Is there a trick in that? Because to answer the question that I think it was Rachel asked the question, if we just had the numbers as is, so the trips in and out of that site now versus the potential, listening to what the resident said horrified me by those numbers. And we had all this previously, if you remember, on the Lower Wokingham Road application site. So it would have been quite easy for us to read it and say, this is what it is now. This is what it is when the new site is. So, but we don't have that. So it leaves us always in an area of grey. Does it not?
I do perfectly understand, and I do put these the existing against the proposed within my comments. Perhaps it's something that we could put in the planning reports in the future to help you. But I do provide those comments to the planning officer.
But you see how useful for this gentleman here, how useful it would be for us to say, well, it's 60 at the moment. Yeah, it's going to be 50 in the future.
I have no problem with that's how I assess the sites. I say, here's the existing site trips, here's the proposed site trip, and the difference is X. Yeah. And I say, I then assess it and say, well, for example, you're looking at, say, 20 vehicles over an hour. That's one every 3 minutes. It's unlikely to have an impact. So my assessment is included. I do. That's why I submit to the planning officer. There may be something the planning officer can add.
Well, I think it's important for this committee.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just going to comment myself. Al just want to speak next. A comment for myself. I think just to refocus our discussions a little bit, and again for members of the audience and members of the public here, the whole planning system predicates on a presumption to approve an application, particularly for housing, or when this counts as a housing application, unless there are very solid planning reasons not to. So although we can get into a lot of discussion and debate about some of the finer points of the application, our destination is a decision point. And if the decision point is to refuse an application, it has to be on very solid planning grounds. And we, as much as that isn't what most of the audience want to hear, that sadly is the situation, or maybe not sadly, depending on your point of view, but it is the situation that the council finds itself. And I think the highways issue in particular is a moot one. None of us likes living on a road that gets busier, but the road gets busier is not generally a reason to turn down a planning application. There has to be a very particular consequence of it getting busier, such as an increased risk to pedestrians or traffic, or the road approaching capacity, which is generally a figure of traffic or a level of traffic far beyond anything that we can normally comprehend. So as much as I regret that, the chances of using increased traffic as a means of opposing an application is one that is quite likely to get overturned at appeal, and we have to be cognizant of that. So I think in our sort of further discussion on this, we have to look towards the reasons that we'll be minded to object to this or refuse this application, on particularly what planning grounds would we do that. I'll come back with a question of mine in a minute, but Al, you were next.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just going back to highways. So there's been no recorded accidents at the exit to this site, but have there been, can you tell us anything about the accidents on the rural part of Evendons Lane and Blargrave Lane in the general area? Because, you know, Edneys Hill, Evendons Lane, it is like a rat run across South Wokingham. You know, I mean, you closed Nashgrove Lane, didn't you, through traffic, and which comes off Evendons Lane. I mean, I cycle up there, you know, a lot, and Doles Lane and Edneys Hill, Nashgrove Lane. There is a lot of fast traffic on that road. I mean, without this development, I mean, is there any plan? There's no plans to actually improve road safety on those lanes.
I don't have that information to hand on what the accident statistics are, but I do not believe they are fatal or serious. Yes, I do know and have experienced having to drive on the verge because somebody has driven quite fast past me. That's further up, heading towards it, you know, away from the site. There's nothing at the moment currently that highways have got any plans to do. But I don't believe there's fast moving traffic, but there hasn't been any serious or fatal in recent years as I can recall.
If I'm going to follow on my own question that line, I think it is regrettable the way we come to these meetings, and particularly when we are very specifically assessing an application that in front of us, that we lack the ability, and I find it quite frustrating that we lack the ability to look at just to put our heads up a little bit and look at the wider area. I mean, were this application to be sort of sitting in tandem with a proposal to make Eventon's Lane, the rural part of it, a quiet road, and I know that the highways team are looking at the concept of quiet roads, and maybe Eden's Hill a quiet road, it would go quite some considerable way to putting to rest some of the fears that residents quite rightly feel. I know those roads very well indeed, and they aren't pleasant to walk down or cycle down on occasions. And I would like it minuted that, although it can't be a subject of this application, to look at the concept of quiet roads or the application of quiet roads in those areas. And I particularly would think of Eden's Lane, the Blake Road Lane, and the western end of Eventon's Lane to be considered in the future. I think residents would welcome that, and it would certainly pay quite a great step forward in our options for active travel. Indeed, I do note that Eventon's Lane has featured a number of times on an active travel proposal between my area of Finchampstead and Wokingham Town Centre, and that would not be enhanced by significant growth in traffic. So I think, as I said, we have to be cognizant here of the limitations of what we can say about this in terms of this application, but I think it is something we should take forward. But I think it would be quite relevant in terms of the application to suggest that the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit be moved, certainly to the west of the site. And I suspect there'd be a case of moving it as far west as that. I can't remember the name of the housing estate just beyond it. I think those, if we could make that a comment, or I don't know how it works on the application process, Brian, it was an informative, but it should be looked at. It's part of highways.
Chairman, it would have to be included in Section 106 because there'll be we'd have to seek a contribution from the developer. However, I just to put a slight caveat, sometimes if the police say no, we can't do it, but we can go through the process, yes.
I think if the police say no, we still can do it, but they won't enforce it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there are some other points. I think it is somebody raised, I think it maybe one of the speakers raised the issue of there's no pedestrian access or no leisure walks around. And I am aware that there is a network of public footpaths around San Martin's golf course with one access point about 100 metres from the entrance. So I think we do have to put that in the mix on the other side as well. Like everybody else, I'm curious, and I mentioned it on the site visit, as to why we shifted this entrance. The main reason for shifting that entrance from Eventon's Lane to Blade Road Lane. Ben, you mentioned it was partly because it increased or helped keep the green screening. Well, okay, but would having the entrance retained on Eventon's Lane disturb the plans for the built form of the building?
Yes, that's correct, Chair. By retaining the Eventon's access and widening it to an acceptable size, of course, that would force the built form more northerly, which of course will have a greater spatial and visual impact, which the current proposal successfully mitigates in this indicative form. So yes, there would be knock-on impacts to the built form and detrimental knock-on impacts, which also forms reason for the rationale for the access on Blade Road.
If I come back on one question, sort of summarising a lot of what we said, the one objection I've heard that stands to me head and shoulders above the others is the question of whether it's a sustainable location. There is a difference in my mind between a location for 60 housing units where people will be coming and going all day, as opposed to a residential care home where, on balance, they're less likely to be nipping out for a trip to Tesco's. But on the other hand, there's the counterbalance of staff coming in on a daily basis. And I would agree that there's no service or bus route nearby. You've got to go as far as Finchampstead Road to get a bus. And if you're walking to Finchampstead Road, you might as well walk to the railway station, frankly. So can you just reprise for us, Ben, your kind of view on where we are with this as a sustainable location and what weight we should give it?
Absolutely. So the appeal present on site, of course, that did solely relate to C3 residential. Now, if you assume this was 60 dwellings that was put forward originally, if we can then think about that, these are all families, they all own multiple cars. Yes, that would stand contrary to CP6. Now, given the nature of the end users here and the eventual occupiers, we are not implying that they'll be in prison by any means, but these are people with very specialist and demanding needs. These are older people, and therefore their personal trip generation wouldn't be, frankly, nowhere comparable to a full frontal larger C3 use for housing in this location. Now, given that, I completely concur with the fact that in a black and white fashion, you could consider the location to be unsustainable purely by what the inspector has said. Ultimately, yes, it borders a major development location, and it does beg the question that if something's located 4 meters outside of a major development location, of which there is presumption that the site is inherently sustainable, what makes something 4 meters outside unsustainable? However, paying due regard to the inspector's findings, which we certainly have, was made this acceptable comes down to the minibus service, the nature of the use being materially different to C3, pedestrian enhancements on site. The inspector has previously stated that cycling distance is not unacceptable, that the cycling distances would not be unreasonable. Walking distances, connection to public transport by foot, yes, absolutely can concur with the inspector that they is far from ideal, it's not preferable. However, through the mitigation measures put forward, combined with the nature of the use, we are in a position where the sustainability credentials of the site have been approved enough to overcome that and to decrease the weight afforded to impacts sustainability. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Has anybody else on the committee got any questions? Got Wayne? Anybody else after Wayne?
But sorry, Chair, that was my point around assessing the number of movements now versus, because David's absolutely right. This is a sustainable question. It all comes down to that. And we've been on this little journey many a times at this committee over the last year. And one has to look at, so not all staff are going to be able to drive there. Are there footpaths? Can they cycle there? As David said, if you're going to walk to the bus stop, you might as well walk to the train station. So that was where, and also, and I don't know if it's correct, but the agent said 60% of this was already developed, i.e. a brownfield site. So it's not a greenfield site. Right. So it's 60%, and we think, and you've seen the figures, and I will go back to it, please. You've seen the figures, I haven't. So the trip movements, are they higher with this or are they lower in terms of what you've seen?
They are lower.
Right. Okay.
So if I just summarise where we are, we've given it a good discussion. Again, I draw ourselves back to the presumption in favour of application, as we've got very solid reasons that not just we think will hold up, but we have to be convinced that a planning inspector will back us to go to appeal. And I have to say that I struggle to find a compelling set of reasons myself. Others may think differently. So the proposal from the officer is that the application is approved. Do I have anyone present prepared to propose that we approve the application? Tony, does anyone want a second? Andrew? Okay. So can I ask those in favour of approving the application, please indicate. I'll ask before you can put your hands down without having registered a point of clarification has been requested.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of clarification on the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. The point there previously discussed was to explore extending it. Can we just confirm that there is no proposal to have that as part of the recommendation, only because, as mentioned, it would require police approval and obviously a willing applicant to be prepared to accept the cost of any works at highways to do that. And obviously that is not part of the recommendation in front of members now, so there's no guarantee after this meeting that can be secured. So I just wanted to put that. Andrew.
Yeah, could I ask for officer advice? Is it possible for us to ask that WBC engages with the applicant as a part of the Section 106 agreement to explore possibilities of funding the changes. Funding the changes in speed limits. Yes.
You'll remember, Gordon, the site visit to the dementia care home. You remember that? We had exactly this conversation. And as David has confirmed, we feel that it's the police that give the permission. It's not. It's you, or not the royal you. And you can physically do that. And we agreed that at the dementia care home on the A321. So if that can be done there, why can't it be done here?
Officers can amend heads of terms and insert heads of terms under the 106 through a traffic regulation order process. So that can be put in. And then obviously if there's any further discussion or change to what members agreed, then we would obviously need to bring it back to chair, vice chair or the committee.
Yes, I agree. So given that condition, I'll ask again those in favour of approving the application. Can you raise your hands? I think that's everybody. Okay, in which case the application is approved. Thank you. All right. Yes. I'm going to suggest to committee members we might want to take a break, natural or otherwise. We will return in whatever time it takes you, but certainly within the next 5-10 past, if possible. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask everyone to retake their seats? As we now move to agenda item 68, application 230074, land adjacent to School Road and Orchard Road, Hurst. And the officer presenting this is Mark Croucher. Mark.
Thank you, Chairman. So just going through the presentation. So this is an outline plan application for the erection of 23 dwellings with associated access and 15 car parking spaces for the local primary school, but also it would be for public use as well. It is as I said, it's an outline application for the access only with the reserved matters of appearance, landscaping layout and scale to come forward at that stage. So starting off, this is an aerial photo overlaid with the settlement limits of Hurst. I've got some closer shots of this, but the application site is just in here, this parcel of land here. Just to state the obvious, which I'm sure everyone's aware of, it is outside settlement limits. So just then I'll show you a bit more context of that. So this is zoomed in, and again, you can see the site outlined in red there. So this is an aerial photo showing the sort of built form around Hurst and where the application site lies. Just to sort of give a quick sort of whistle stop tour. So this is Martinet Lane, just here, these dwellings here, and it has a green open space here, a play area lane. The density of this part, this area is about 30 dwellings per hectare, and then we've got Barber Close here and Sawpit Road here. Density of, I think, Barber Close is about 12 dwellings per hectare. And this triangle of land here, members would have seen in the report, and it's probably something we'll refer to, but this is called, was an appeal site referred to as Sawpit Road. That has permission for 4 dwellings. Obviously, you can't see it from the aerial here, but they are currently being built out. I've got a slide of the area special character, which is sort of broadly here, and it includes that triangle of land. But here you've got the village hall, the preschool, a scout hut. Then obviously to the north, you've got School Road going along there. The school is just here where the cursor is. And then you've got the playing field there with a hard surface. This building here is called Dorden House. And that, I think it used to be a care home, and it has 10 flats in it at the moment. Obviously to the south, you've got Orchard Road, where the cursor is the Vine Cottage, which is referred to because it's a Grade C listed building. This property here is called Willowmead, which is directly next to the site. And in terms of densities, yeah, as set out in the report, School Road is a low density of about 8 dwellings per hectare. And I think it was Councillor Sloan on the site visit mentioned about a development up Tape Lane. So I looked at that, and that's 23 dwellings per hectare. So the development on site is 18 per hectare. So you can see it sort of sits broadly in the middle of what's at Marinay Lane, Tape Lane, albeit Tape Lane development we're referring to is quite away from the site. You won't see it in context. Then you've got the much lower density around Orchard Road and School Road. So this is the area of special character here, outlined in purple. You can see that triangle of land, which was Sawpit's, the Sawpit appeal, which has got permission for 4 dwellings, 1 at appeal. The building here is called the Lodge. This building is called the Old Schoolhouse. This here is the Scout Hut, which is, for want of a better description, a porter cabin type building. And then you've got the preschool and the village hall, and this property is Willowmead. Generally, they're a mix of sort of late Victorian and summer interwar properties, like Willowmead and the Village Hall are interwar, and then you've got the Old Schoolhouse and the Lodge, which are more Victorian in terms of their architecture. The Lodge has had quite a few additions, but you can see still some of the original features to that. So yeah, our application site, just to note, is outside of that. So it wasn't included within it, but it is next to it. And I've mentioned in the report that you will see views, obviously, well, the views of that at the moment, the development will cut out that because it will be in the middle of it. So this is a plan, just a health warning. It's what the officer's done just to sort of give it an idea. of where sort of existing built form and land uses are. So I've just scribbled in orange where there is either development or there's going to be development, or it's a residential property and gardens, and sort of excluded anything that is agricultural land. And it's sort of our position that we feel that it doesn't extend further to the north, east, south or west in the existing envelope of development of the village. And that's what part of the conclusion is that's come to this, stitches in well to the existing sort of built form and fabric of the village. So this is just moving on to some of the plans. This is the location plan outlined in red here, same as what we've seen before. So this is the indicative layout, and as I said in the previous application, and as will be reiterated here, this is not the layout for approval. It's just a sort of demonstration of how things could be laid out on site, and it gives an indication of whether members feel the scale or density is correct. So the things that sort of, I guess the main sort of headlines is that the landscape buffer along Orchard Road will be retained after the amendment to remove the southern access. The public right of way will be retained. There will be a 10 to 13 metre buffer to retain that, but albeit we fully appreciate that views across that field will be lost. There will be houses there, but the public right of way will be maintained. You can see the access onto School Road here, and you can just see the car park here. And I'll show some details of that in a moment. So this is the parameter plan. So this will be a plan for approval, and generally what it shows is where the blocks of development would go and where there would be landscaping and where there wouldn't be development. So again, members can sort of be assured that there's no, the sort of buffer here isn't going to be touched on Orchard Road, or it isn't going to be reduced, it's going to be maintained, and there will be green open space around it. And again, you can see the right of way here, but this is where the sort of blocks of development will be located, and again the car park there. So this is the highway access. So I guess taking one step back, there will be 3 trees removed, which are 2 ash and 2 lime trees. So there would be 1 centrally here in the site, and there would be 3 at the axis here. Only 1 sits in the axis, but the others are generally for visibility in terms of their removal. So there's obviously been a lot of representations about the impacts on School Road. So we have obviously consider that carefully. So what will happen on School Road is it mentions in the report about parking restrictions will be put along School Road, and essentially that will be double yellows. And the intention is that the parking displaced from that would be accommodated in the car park, about 15 spaces. There is a section north of the visibility displays of about 35 metres, which doesn't have to be it doesn't have to have a TRO on it, so that can be maintained. That would accommodate approximately 5 to 6 spaces when you take into account parallel parking. There's been a lot of representation about the level of parking, and there's some from the parish council. Generally, when you take into account considerate parking, in that, for example, if you actually park opposite Tate Lane on the road, it's quite difficult to swing out if you're turning left. I had to do a 3-point manoeuvre when I've done it before. So if you take out the fact that if people don't park at Tate Lane, and also the public bus stop, and that people don't park by the axis of the entrance, it's actually it comes to an equivalent amount of parking that would be in the car park, which would be lost from School Road. And generally there are problems with School Road in terms of parking on it, so we do feel there is some benefit in sort of getting the cars off that section of it. For example, I mentioned the bus stops there, and so at pick up or drop off, if people are parking there, I imagine the bus just has to sit in the carriageway. The other, I guess, if it's used for a school as well, if you're trying to get something out the passenger side, a small child, will have to fling your door open into the carriageway, so that will remove that issue. I mentioned about left-hand turns at Tate Lane, that you have to sort of, I guess if you want to do it in one go, you have to swing right out over the line. So removing parking will reduce that issue. And it will remove parking as well from the Village Hall entrance. So anyone coming out of the Village Hall won't be obscured by parked cars. So there are benefits to that aspect of the proposal. So just moving on to some photos. So this is a photo from Sawpit Road. You can see the Martinet Lane development just to your left, and you can see the Village Hall just in the foreground. Then the application site is just where it's labelled there. So this is a photo montage of School Road. Now the top one is from actually when we done the committee site visit. So just stitching a couple of photos together, and you can just see the parking there. I think when we done it, it was outside of school pickup and drop off. I think it was about 11:30, 11 o'clock that we done that. And actually these ones were taken today below. So I do give the health warning that obviously this isn't in term time. We're in half term. So so I'm not trying to make a point about that. But it's just sort of, it shows outside of school hours what sort of level of parking is on there. So this is just a photo of School Road looking east. So you can see the village hall there in a bit of the foreground, and the site will just be behind it there. So this is just looking the other way, and you've got Tape Lane to the right there, and you can see a couple of cars parked there. The access to the development would be just behind that white, I think it's a Mini just there. And the access to the car park would be just here, just where, if you can see that, the red cursor. And this is just looking the other way at School Road, and you've got Tape Lane there. It is worth noting that Tape Lane is just an access zone. It has got the sign that it isn't a free route, so it should just be used as access only. And that has factored into the highway consideration in terms of how it impacts that junction. This was just a photo, sorry, I took in the summer, and there's sort of a dilapidated wooden structure that just happens to be where the car park for the school next to the school would go. So this is stood on School Road, and it's just looking at the site. Again, it's a couple of photos stitched together just to give a flavour of the site. And you can see the village hall, and I think it's Willowmead. You can just see there, and the sort of outbuilding as well. And you can see the vegetation the other side of the site as well. So this is from the public right of way, and this is looking towards the area of special character, and you can see Willowmead in the foreground, and you can sort of see the trodden path of the right of way there. Again, just gives a sort of nature of the site. So this is taken still in Orchard Road, and it just shows the entrance to the public right of way. So this was a photo from the parish council. It's taken a bit further down Orchard Road, and you can just see the Willowmead property to the left, and also you can see the Martinet Lane development in the background there, and the sort of the roofscape of the houses there. This is on a photo taken from Orchard Road, just a couple of different points. This is an access to a small close of about 5 or 6 large properties, and the one in the bottom right is Willowmead on the right, and you can just sort of see the nature of that property there. So this is taken from Martinet Lane, and it's a panoramic. So you've got the properties of Martinet Lane here. You've got obviously the bit large green open space. You can just make out the roof trusses of the Sawpit Road development going up. It might be a bit small, but you can just about see them on the right hand side. So this is Barber Close, which is to the northwest of the site, and again you can just see the sort of type of development there. And this is taken on Sawpit Road. You can just see the nature development there. So this is just a photo actually within the area of special character, taken from the car park used by the village hall and also the preschool. And you can just see the village hall, again the preschool there, and you can see that scout hut which I was referring to. And this is the Sawpit Lane proposal. It's obviously it's going up, so we can't see what it will finish look like. But these are the latest plans. So there's 4 dwellings on there. They're currently being built, and this is just an idea of what they'll look like. So just to sort of go into some concluding remarks, Chairman. So the application site is outside the settlement, and it does conflict with the spatial strategy within the plan. However, as I'm sure members are well aware, we have no 5-year housing land supply, and therefore the tilted balance is engaged. Albeit we do consider that is tempered due to past over delivery. Notwithstanding that, because we don't have a 5-year housing land supply, we have to recognise that the policies regarding the settlement boundaries are out of date. So that does need to be factored into the members' consideration. There would be landscape harm. Members have visited the site, so they can exercise their planning judgment and how much they consider that to be. We consider that to be quite a localised harm in terms of it will be mainly experienced when you're on top of the site rather than any extended views. As set out in the report, we believe the development would stitch into the existing built form and including sort of core focal points of the village. For example, you've got the Hurst and the primary school, you've got the village hall and the primary school either side of the development. And these are quite substantive sort of focal points of the village. So it would sit between those. Again, the planning policy team manager advised that he doesn't consider it would fundamentally undermine the objectives of the development plan. And then he added notably in terms of its scale and relationship to settlement. There would be a loss of best and most versatile land. Again, that's something that members to factor in. However, the site hasn't been sort of arable farmlands for some time. And the other factor is that it's relatively quite small. So in terms of its sort of harming sort of a viable farming operation, that we suggest that would be that would attract quite limited weight. I've mentioned about the highways impact and sort of removing cars off School Road. Generally, the movements would be quite few and would have a negligible impact in terms of what we've been advised by a high-end engineer. There's lots been said about the sustainability of the location. In terms of in the report, what we've said is that given the location site, it is realistic that future residents would continue to have a reliance on cars. So we don't sort of deny that fact. However, the harm is materially diminished given the appropriate scale of development as we consider in relation to the size of the village and the existing facilities within it. And I think that one thing that needs to be factored in is this is, in our view, quite a unique site in having those facilities right on your doorstep. Members, again, can exercise their own planning judgment in when they've seen that before for greenfield sites that come forward. But certainly in my experience, it's very rare to have the local primary school, the village hall, a preschool, open space directly opposite. So I think those things need to be factored into that consideration as well. In terms of flooding, the site's in flood zone 1, so it's not flood zone 2 or 3. There's no objection from the drainage engineer as the lead local flood authority. There was some confusion, I think, from at least one resident that they saw that there was an objection from the Environment Agency. That came for confusion of they're looking at a batch of documents which had some information about the previous committee item. If members remember the Audi application in Winnersh, which was in flood zone 3 and had an EA objection. So I think there was some confusion there by one of the residents. But just to confirm, the Environment Agency aren't a statutory consultee here because it's flood zone 1 and there's no critical drainage areas as set out by the Environment Agency. So we haven't consulted them and there's no objection on file from them. Regarding affordable housing, we heard a lot in the first item about the importance of affordable housing, and that transfers to this one. The supporting text of CP5 refers to an exceptional need for affordable housing, and there's still, over 1,000 people on the register. And as we've seen with inspectors, that this is a very weighty benefit that inspectors take into account. So that does need to be factored into the final planning balance by members. Again, with open market housing, whilst where we don't have a 5-year housing land supply, that needs to be factored into that. The market housing would be considered again a weighty benefit. So overall, Chairman, there is harm, but there are also considerable benefits to the scheme. The landscape harm is localised and development would tie into existing built form to the northeast and west and would be a logical extension to the village. The relevant consideration is whether the harm significantly and demonstrably outweighs the benefits. So with that in mind, the officer's recommendation is for approval, and it's that significantly and demonstrably that I would point members to consider in their deliberations. And yes, to conclude, it's recommended for approval, Chairman, as for the reasons set out in the report, the Section 106 agreement heads of terms and also the conditions as well. I'll be happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that very thorough and very clear presentation of a finely balanced application. First, just a point of procedure, I think I can recall that the site visit was made by everybody except Wayne, Tony and myself. However, I did visit the site the following day, thereby enjoyed some beautiful sunshine and missed the rain. And I spent about an hour driving around and walking around that part of Hurst and the site. I would just say, for the benefit of all present, that there's been dialogue over the past 2 weeks between some members of the community who had made a request to the council for some information to be released under a freedom of information request. I've been made aware of this and have kept a very close eye on it. There have been some suggestion that as a result of that lack of clarity as to whether that request had been met, whether we should have in fact moved to defer the items tonight on that basis. Having got as much information as I can about it, I'm pretty confident that nothing material has been withheld. It's clear there's a dispute about what information has been released, but I don't think there's anything that would affect the judgment generally related to a previous application. But far more importantly, had we deferred, or should indeed we vote to defer tonight's application, which we have an option to do clearly, it would take us beyond the extension period from the initial application. And there is a very real risk that if we were to defer the application, this would be actually approved by an inspector on the grounds of non-determination. So that's why I resisted any temptation to defer tonight's item until the issue of the freedom of information request to be completely cleared up. Having said which, I'm not at all content with the way that has been dealt with, nor is the leader of the council, and we will be taking that up internally anyway. So that's the point of clarification on that issue. So the first speaker we have is Mr. Tony Robinson on behalf of the Parish Council, objecting to the proposal. And Tony, you also have the dreaded 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm Councillor Tony Robinson, speaking on behalf of Hurst Parish Council. HPC submitted 2 comprehensive documents giving clear evidence for refusal. Up until now, WBC has consistently and recently refused applications on greenfield sites in designated countryside in Hurst, whether or not there is a 5-year housing land supply, and has always defended their refusals at appeal. So what is the different about this application? The officer report states that because of the absence of an NPPF compliant housing land supply, that the most important policies for determining this application must be considered out of date and the tilted balance is engaged, albeit tempered due to past oversupply, thus concluding the policies carry little to no weight. This is in complete contrast with WBC's stance after refusing an application in March 23 for 3 dwellings at Walden Acres, which then went to appeal. WBC's letter to the Planning Inspectorate in October 23 clearly evidenced and robustly argued that the most important policies with respect to the countryside location accord strongly with the requirements of the framework, especially with regard to the need to promote and secure a sustainable pattern of development. The conclusion by WBC in their letter to PINS was that these 3 dwellings, not 23 as in this case, would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits, even if the tilted balance is applied in full force, stating the harmful impacts with regard to character, appearance, unsustainability and highway safety go to the heart of what is sustainable development. WBC concluded that relevant policies should carry substantial weight. The appeal was dismissed in December 23. Apart from the appeal for the 4 dwellings in Sawpit Road, all inspectors for development for greenfield sites outside the development limit, even when the tilted balance was applied, have concluded that Hurst is an unsustainable location, whether it is for 1 or 200 dwellings. And yet, contrary to all of this, the office relies very heavily on the anomalous Sawpit Road decision to make the case that this site and Hurst settlement is sustainable. However, the dismissed Lodge Road appeal site was also edge of settlement and equally close to some basic facilities, but it was argued by both WBC and HBC at the appeal inquiry and accepted by the inspector that Hurst consists of narrow and inadequate pavements, that you have to cross the A321 twice to access the village shop, no street lighting, poor bus service and no cycle lanes on the dangerous and busy roads leads to an over-reliance of motor vehicles to access essential facilities further away. NPPF 23 states the purpose of the planning system is to contribute to the achievement of sustainable development. I ask the Planning Committee to continue to acknowledge that Hurst is an unsustainable location, unsuitable for a major development such as this, which will significantly and demonstrably harm the rural character, landscape and environment, that this is the wrong development in the wrong location.
Can I ask you to hold there, please? Thank you very much indeed for your presentation. Okay, thank you. We now have Jessica Lake, who I believe is a resident. Again, just if we can stay to the 3 minutes, I'll be very grateful. Thank you.
My name is Jessica Lake. My family and I live in Hurst, and I've been nominated to speak on behalf of the many residents who are objecting against this application. I, like HPC, find it difficult to comprehend why WBC finds this site sustainable compared to those greenfield sites previously and recently refused by WBC, even prior to there being a 5-year housing land supply. An unrealistic comparison has been made between the density and layout of this proposed site and that of nearby Martineau Lane site, which has a 3-acre village green. This proposal offers no such benefit. The overall vision will be that of tightly packed suburban dwellings with little green space. The proposed density of 18 dwellings per hectare does not reflect the overall density or layout of dwellings in School Road or Orchard Road, and this proposed major development will significantly harm the local the local area's prevailing rural character and setting. The biodiversity habitats on our doorstep will be significantly harmed. The flora, fauna, and important wildlife corridor will be lost forever. The WBC landscape officer has objected due to this significant harm to the positive countryside setting caused by the development. This field acts as an important transition between the countryside and the built-up area of Hurst. There will be a large magnitude of change to the verdant street scene of School Road, with the loss of 3 protected roadside trees, the introduction of a 9-metre wide access road, making the incongruous housing estate highly visible from School Road, as well as Orchard Road and the Heritage Building. Users of the ancient public footpath across the field to Orchard Road will lose the rural visual amenity and tranquility of this meadow field. The proposal includes a compact, unmonitored car park, not for the community, but solely for those parents who drive to the school. It won't provide enough parking for the number that do and will not eliminate parking on School Road at any time. The number of cars during drop-off and pick-up is in the region of 50, as evidenced by the HPC, which is far in excess of the 11 to 13 suggested by the Transport report. The MPPF states that development should reduce conflict with pedestrians. The proposal has raised many safety concerns and objections by the parents who walk their children to and from the school. The introduction of the 2 accesses to the car park and 23 dwellings is a very real safety issue, as small children and adults will have to negotiate these when walking to and from the school. This development does not comply with the NPPF, which states it's important to ensure that development is sensitive to its surroundings and that it exploits any opportunities to make a location more sustainable. As the HPC have argued, Hurst is not a sustainable location. There is a lack of pavements and most are too narrow for wheelers who resort to going on the roads. There is not enough room at the village school or the preschool, and there is no secondary school. The recent Lodge Road appeal inspector confirmed the bus route is inadequate for children to reasonably commute to school. All the new residents.
That's good. Thank you very much. I now ask Mr. Douglas Bond, who's the agent, to speak on behalf of the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. Members, good evening. The application before you tonight is supported by a very comprehensive report from Mark Croucher, your planning officer. All of the relevant issues are correctly addressed. I know there's a lot of local interest, but some of that interest is in support. Summaries of these include the fact that buying a new home in Hurst is near impossible. Development would help the community to grow and flourish. It would help sustain local village facilities and provide affordable housing for local residents, thereby allowing opportunities for families to remain in Hurst. As you'll have seen from the presentation, the site lies at the heart of Hurst, adjacent to the primary school and village hall, and within walking distance of other village facilities. The site, unlike other recent appeal sites, is well related to Hurst and sustainably located. References to the Lodge Road appeal site should be seen in the context of the 200 dwellings proposed, which is of a materially different scale to this scheme before you tonight. The closer Sawpit Lane appeal inspector found that this particular part of Hurst is indeed sustainable. Benefits and merits of the scheme include the unique location of the site being located within the envelope of built form associated with Hurst. Officers suggest the site is a logical extension that adjoins existing residential and community land uses on almost all 4 sides. The scale of the development is in keeping with the size of Hurst. Owing to the well-contained nature of the site, only limited localised landscape and visual impact will arise. There is good accessibility and proximity to village facilities. There are no highway objections from your officers. The scheme introduces new homes, but also a full complement of affordable housing to the village. Councillor Wayne had also stressed earlier in this meeting the importance of delivering that affordable housing, and this scheme will do that, compliance with your policy. Finally, the provision of a new school car park is a significant and unique benefit that can only be provided through this application. The 15 spaces proposed exceed the average demand for on-street parking of between 11 and 12 vehicles. Removing these from the streets will improve safety, an important consideration so close to a primary school, as well as improving the character and appearance of School Road 2. It is clear that the presumption in favour of sustainable development applies due to the significant 3.2-year supply of housing land. The merits of the site and its acceptable relationship with the built environment of Hurst is clear. Yes, there are some minor landscape impacts, but these are limited and do not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits and merits of the scheme. Accordingly, I'd invite you to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Right. Got a sort of feeling 1 or 2 members might want to speak about this. Those who want to speak, can you raise your hand? So I've got.
We usually go to the ward member.
I beg your pardon, sorry. Yeah, Wayne, you as well. We'll go to Wayne as a member of the committee. He's speaking as a member of the committee this evening. Rather than he's taking his right as ward member. But so Wayne is there, then I'll go to Stuart.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait.
Before I get on to what I would regard as the main issue of this application, I would like to start off with some points. Page 223, para 10. The plan period. So that we still have, and I know we've had this before in this committee. We have a plan which takes us to 2026, and in that plan period, it was the allowance of 100 dwellings in the limited development locations. We've already exceeded that, so you don't need to give me chapter and verse, Mark. Just yes or no.
Have we exceeded 100 dwellings?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, we have.
Okay, and I record about between 33 and 37 of them are in Hurst.
Yeah, that corresponds with what we've looked at as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Page 230. Para 56. Now this is one for I said I would be back, Gordon. Again, trip movements. I can't read anything there other than what you've told me, i.e. there's nothing there that supports this statement around a number of AM, PM movements, but it looks exceptionally low to me. Exceptionally low in terms of the number of movements. But anyway, I'll let you dwell on that because I want to come back on the question really on that was, is that as per the 2 entrance original site plan, or is that based on the current 1 entrance site plan? First or second?
It's based on the 1 access.
So these trip movements are based on 1 access. Right. So
Sorry, can I just clarify, Wayne? What basically it's the same as the previous 2 axis scheme. It's just aggregated to the north rather than split between the north and the south.
Right. So okay, that's interesting. So what we're saying is then that the 2 site access is the same as the 1 site access.
In terms of Trixday space, there would be a reduction as a sort of a belt and braces. We just took the 24 because we felt reconsidered the 23 had a negligible impact.
Okay. Page 233, para 71. I presume you mean, you stated here Broadwater Lane play area and playing field. Broadwater Lane doesn't have a play area, so do you mean School Road play area?
It's the one as you walk to, if you're walking from the site to the village shop.
On the left.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. School Road. A bakery, limited opening hours. Just a point of information, really. I can't remember when that was last open, apart from on a Saturday for his friends. So limited would be a slight exaggeration, but I'll go with the flow. Page 233, para 78. As was pointed out by one of the residents, the Pigott School, 5.2 kilometres. So it's over the 3 meters, over the 3 miles. So therefore, 3.1 over 3. And we have limited access to that school, very limited access. And Wangels, the next one you mentioned in here, is not in the catchment. Page 234. Para 50, 234, para 80. This was, we probably spent a half a day on this, on the Lodge Road appeal with regards to the bus service, which gives you one bus between 7:30 and 9:30, and then one every hour and nothing on a Sunday. And I do note, you talk about My Journey, but the bus service have already requested just over 5,000 from the parish council just to keep the status quo, not to give any improvements. And it was deemed by the inspector that wasn't sustainable, not only for the use to get you from A to B for work, for shopping, but for the situations where children couldn't get into the primary school and they would have to go to Collerton, because you would either get there at, well, an hour and a half before school started or when it closed. One thing I'm really perplexed about, and I know you're going with what the drainage team has said. So if we go to page 244. The last 7 weeks, I've spent 2 separate visits with 4 officers from the council. We've got JBA drainage consultants involved. They've been on 2 site visits. The EA has been on 1 site visit with us. And it's recorded that the hydrology in this area, I don't know if you've actually seen the hydrology mapping, which abuts this area, so that you put up a diagram earlier which talks about the triangle, the 4 houses on the triangle. But that mapping, I don't know if you've seen this, but I saw it with the drainage guy today, because I was quite surprised, considering the amount of time he's spent in Hurst, and we've been waiting 3 years for this visit, why this wasn't in his report. And he obviously hadn't seen this report. And I did say, with his permission, can I talk about this tonight? Because we've got a serious problem in Hurst with drainage. And the hydrology mapping overlaps the bottom section of this site. But there's not much we can do because it should have come forward before. But I do want it on record that whatever happens tonight, Hurst floods, and the flooding is moving around. Only last week, the entrance coming from Winnersh was flooded, and that's a different area to what normally floods. But the reason why we had a JBA external consultants come to Hurst was because previous houses around the village are flooded. and they were looking at ways to mitigate that. But the only true way of mitigating something is to do the full works, not suds, not attenuation. You have to go the full works, and you have to go rainwater harvesting, Clargester, you know, the type of things. So you've got full sustainability on drainage. You've already mentioned it, Mark, 228, page 228, Paris 39 to 43, the landscape harm. I do have a question on biodiversity. The report from Duncan Fisher looks at this site being -2, not 10%. That's just a question. So how do we address that?
Yeah, so in terms of the statutory biodiversity net gain that came in on Monday, that doesn't affect this site, but there is relevance guidance which does affect it. Effectively, the government state that in terms of assessing biodiversity impacts, that an off-site contribution as part of their strategy would mitigate that. And there is a draft bit in the planning practice guidance which does refer to that. I did make a note of it, but essentially it says that, because essentially what the statutory framework will encourage a local authority to do in the future, so essentially just put on a condition so that can be paid for credits off-site. This is before that, so it's kind of a bit of a vanguard in that respect, but that's essentially what is following. And there are council schemes. I think there's Ashtonbridge. I think there's one a pilot scheme that's going in. So there are credits available to do that. The ecologist also looked at the site when it had the southern access and it punched through the vegetation there. So that's now gone. The other bit the draft PPG mentions as well is in terms of outline applications, in that you know, you can flag these issues, but it's really down to the reserve matters to address it. So what we've done is the applicant did consider they can provide a 10% net gain. So we've put that in the heads of term in the legal agreement to ensure that they can do it, whether it's on site or part off site, and they can comply with a biodiversity net gain requirement.
Okay, I'm going to stop there. And then I'm going to come back on sustainability later.
Thank you. I've got Stuart, then Andrew, then Al, then myself, then Tony after me. Thank you. So Stuart.
Well, I think we've heard the last few planning committees, some of these schemes coming forward in the countryside, and every single one of them, it's the same thing. It's about sustainability. When I read this report and went visited the site, and I saw the number of appeals that have been dismissed and read all the detail of what the inspector said. I mean, it's obviously quite clear that Hurst isn't a sustainable location, particularly in the countryside. So why is it even coming here? That's my view. Are those inspectors' decisions all wrong? Is that what we're saying? Because I don't think they are.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's a question we've looked at in the report. It starts on paragraph 84. I don't know if it's worth turning that up just to have a look at it. I don't know if hopefully the public has got to see it. So I guess it might be worth starting at Lodge Road, because that's the sort of large one in the village which was dismissed at appeal. So in terms of Lodge Road, there are differences. As mentioned, the scale, 200 obviously is a lot different than 25, and the inspector in that decision did say scale is a material factor to consider, and that's, I guess, this is common sense. If you have 2 people reliant on cars, that's not as bad as if you have 200 people. So scale is a relevant factor. With Lodge Road, in terms of the access arrangement, so the access arrangement, the main access was actually onto Lodge Road, and so the main access out of the site with the footpath really took you nowhere. It didn't take you anywhere a person would really want to go. There was a pedestrian access on the Tape Lane, and the concerns we raised to the inspector then is that Tape Lane has no footpath on the southern section, and members would have seen the slides on that, and there is a bit of a corner. So if you were walking to the school from Lodge Road, what we put to the inspector was you would have to go safely around onto the main road and go back down to School Road, and the sort of point we put is that's quite a contrived walking environment, particularly if you've got young children. So that was sort of some material differences to the Lodge Road scheme. With regard to Walden Acres, again, if you can see, Walden Acres is sat away from the settlement, and again, the inspector raised an issue about the safety of that main road, and he mentioned a point actually about people crossing at a blind point. And generally, in terms of manual for streets, it says when you consider accessibility, you need to take into account the walking environment as well as the distances. And what we put forward to the inspector there is the walking environment wouldn't encourage a modal shift away from cars. You would have to walk down the main road. So essentially, that was further out from the village. Again, there was another one you can see from Lodge Road, which again was dismissed. The issue with that scheme is you'd have to walk along Lodge Road south and then across and then down to Sawpits Road to sort of get anywhere. And I think there was an issue with footpaths at the time as well, that there weren't any in certain sections, or you had to go to public right of way, the opposite side of the road. So there are material differences, and I think members need to bear in mind that each case is on its own merits, and we have looked at those. And I think when you factor those in, there are material differences that warrant considering this one differently. The Sawpit Road inspector came to a different conclusion, and you'll see from the report, I haven't agreed everything the Sawpit Road inspector said with respect to sort of trips further afield, but it is better situated than Sawpit Road. It is a decision by an appeal inspector, and it is almost next to it. So it isn't necessarily an anomaly. It's just based on the site circumstances at the time. And this one is much more closely aligned to those site circumstances. The other thing you need to bear in mind as well, members, is that both the Lodge Road decision and the Walden Acres decision clearly mentioned the Sawpits decision. They didn't just rubbish what the inspector says, they just said he came to his own conclusions based on those merits. So I understand what you're saying, but we do need to keep careful focus on the merits of the application. Those appeal decisions are relevant, but there are differences to them which we factored into the report.
Thanks very much. Andrew, you next.
Yes, thank you, David. If approved, this development would include at least 40% affordable housing. Some residents of Hurst and wider afield have included this as a very significant reason for their support of the application. But approval to include a significant increase in the local stock of affordable housing must be contingent upon this being a suitable site. Now, it's been mentioned that this is a limited development location, that the proposal for 23 homes would be below the maximum 25 usually allowed per site within such a location. And it's been confirmed that the limited development location should not normally exceed 100 new homes, and that this has been exceeded. My first question is, what weighting might that exceedance have in planning terms?
Yeah, in terms, I think, first of all, if I can take you to CP 17, it might be worth it if I share my screen, actually. Let's look it out. If I can find the relevant document to share. But in terms of CP17, we do need to be quite careful of the wording of it. So the relevant case law basically says that you should need to read policy objectively in the language used and in the relevant context. So in terms of what CP17 says, I mean, what it does is it refers to a future allocation. So it says, based on April 2008, the council expects at least 13,230 dwellings to be met from the following sources. And then it says sites to be identified in limited development locations where they should generally not exceed 25 dwellings. So it is referring to sites to be identified in the future. And it does say specifically refer to sites, and it does say generally. So I think it's absolutely relevant that the 100 figure is considered by members, and we've generally used that 25 dwelling, although it doesn't fit neatly and sort of say, you know, Hurst should only have 25 dwellings and there should be no more than that. It is a good ballpark figure. So in terms of the weight to that, it is a material consideration to take that on board. But I think what I would say to members is what is the harm in terms of that, of exceeding that 100 threshold? Again, it doesn't neatly fit in terms of where we are in considering a application rather than sort of considering a future allocation. So in our view, it's quite difficult to manifest harm in terms of, okay, that 100 figure's been exceeded. If you've got a site where there are sort of other harms, you know, around it, you can use that figure into the mix. But that on its own, like I say, unless there's sort of harm associated with it, it doesn't really get us anywhere, to be perfectly honest.
I think that's very helpful, Mark. The second point I'd like to make is not really a question, but it's sharing some of my thoughts about where I'm at in terms of this application at the present time in the discussion. And I want to pick up on the matter that Stuart raised and your answers to Stuart's comments about sustainability. It was almost implied, I think, in Stuart's comments that that the whole of Hurst, might be considered an unsustainable site, or that any new undeveloped areas might be considered unsustainable. And I'm not convinced, by that. Certainly following the the site visit. I think that the agenda pack includes lots of details about applications in neighbouring localities within Hurst, including useful summaries of the appeal decisions. But every application must be considered on its own merit. And I felt after the site visit and looking carefully through all the documentation that there are significant material differences and similarities between these different sites. For instance, in terms of scale, in terms of connectivity to other parts of Hurst, and also, I don't think this has been alluded to this evening, in terms of impacts on the street scene. Between this and some of the other applications, that have been referred to. So it's not really a question as such, but it's an indication, of my feelings at this point in the discussion.
Andrew, thank you. Al?
Thanks. I was just going to ask Gordon about the parking on school lane. I mean, if you took all those cars away, wouldn't it just mean more speeding cars? I mean, aren't they actually providing a road safety measure in slowing down the cars, because the cars come down the hill from the castle and round that corner? If there was no cars parked, I mean, wouldn't there just be more speeding through the village?
To be perfectly honest, the parked cars do provide traffic management, but they also provide, an impact on people trying to cross the road. If you take parking away, and depending on the length of the parking, yes, the speeds could go up. It does happen. But you'd have to look for some sort of other traffic management measures to ensure that the speeds do not increase.
So I just had to embellish that a bit more. So there is the normal school sign which flashes 20 miles an hour when they're for those particular times. And the thing, as I said in my presentation, the point is it wouldn't take all the parking off to the south of the school, there would still be about a 30-metre section where there could still be parking on site and it wouldn't interfere with visibility space. And there's also the parking that occurs on School Road to the north of the school as well. So there would be still barriers on site. You are absolutely correct in identifying that point. That is a point that comes up actually, that if you take things off the road, people could drive faster, but it's a balancing act. And, you know, what do you go with? Because obviously the parking on the school road, as we've heard in a lot of the representations, is an issue at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, and can I just ask, I mean, Wayne's point about the flooding, I mean, the day of the site visit, it was flooding at the bottom of the road where, you know, below the castle where it joins, and also in Tape Lane, it was quite a deep flood in Tape Lane. So there's a lot of flood, and that was just a random day that we went there. But okay, I just wanted to say something about the visual impact of this, and I think someone, I mean, this is what struck me in one of the neighbours' comments here. The site is important to the setting of Hurst, and you know, when I cycle down the hill from the castle past the field, I mean, the field does give the sort of open nature of the village. You know, in my view, I mean, I would say it's an important feature because it's not a feature. There's nothing there. It's a paddock, and it gives it gives the whole rural setting. So, you know, from that point of view, I think that's a very important point.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to chuck in a couple of my own, then come to Tony and then Michelle. I know the answer, but just for the point of everybody else, does Hurst have a neighbourhood plan in place?
No, it doesn't. It was designated, and just scrapping from my report, a neighbourhood area. Yeah, it's designated a neighbourhood area in 2018, but there's no neighbourhood plan at this stage.
That I find to be a great shame. Bearing in mind the importance everyone's attached, and I quite understand why, to the two meadows and their place, as Al said, within the village environment, have they been nominated for local green space status?
So my understanding is then that, well, they're not designated as local green space. I don't know, Brian, did you have a bit of background to that?
Yeah, sorry, thanks, Mark. Yes, Chair, there's no designation. They're not identified in the LPU or any kind of forthcoming documents as any status in that regard.
Again, I find that unfortunate from the residents' point of view, because if there'd been a neighbourhood plan in place and it was designated an LGS, you'd be on rock solid ground. It isn't, and that's unfortunate. There's been a lot of comment, or there is comment in the report, and Wayne raised it as well, about the access to schools, particularly senior schools. Do we have any comment from Children's Services about school places and where any children living in this potential development would go?
So we do for primary schools in the members update. Were you referring specifically to senior schools?
Both.
Both. Okay. I'll just get the supplementary agenda. So yes, we do have the school place planning managers advised that there would generally be a need for 1.2 pupils for each year group as a result of the development. And he said the short-term impact would be very little or negligible, and should clarify that's for the primary school. It says we have more than enough capacity to meet this need. And he goes on, as I've put in there, to sort of say where the places for twice the school come for her school come from, and there are quite a few outside of the village envelope. So these would get priority on there. So he's happy with the primary school places. With regard to secondary school, it wasn't saying we got into in detail, just because we acknowledged that people would have to travel, far afield from that. And that's not to play it down, but it is very rare in this borough that you would be next to a primary school and a secondary school. It's members will have seen schemes come before this committee many times, so that they can exercise their own judgment in that. So I think it's not unusual for one of those to be further afield where you would need other means to get there.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I've just had a few more comments on my own in the way that Andrew did, and I'll pass over to Tony. I mean, I made the point about the flooding on Friday. I mean, to be fair, half the borough was flooded on Friday. The water world of sort of Shinfield and Swallowfield was something to behold as we saw when we went down there on site visit. So I think we've got to put it in context. I would say to the residents of Hurst, I totally get it. I mean, we walked around, I walked around with my wife for about an hour on the following Saturday morning when it wasn't flooded. It was glorious sunshine, and I totally understand the attachment that you have to those meadows, how it adds to the sort of general ambience of the village. And if I lived there and saw this, I'd be sitting down there with you. So I totally understand it. But there's always a but, and the but is that we've got to look beyond that to actual valid planning reasons why we might choose to refuse this. And it's not just us, we've got to get it in front of a planning inspector. And I look at Wayne's formidable quantity of post-it notes still to come forward, which I'm sure will have details in here, which will keep us here the next Valentine's Day. But the big picture is that we've got the precedent, which a lot of people have relied upon, of the Lodge Road success. But if this went to an appeal and we lost the appeal, it cost the borough a lot of money, but it also negates the victory of Lodge Road, and who knows what then opens in terms of the floodgates. So that's where I'm kind of out of the detail of it. I'm sitting and looking at the bigger picture. I mean, the cold hard fact of life is the borough's got to find space for 12,000 houses. They ain't going to go in high development areas because there's no room. So, coming back to Stuart's point about sustainable development in the countryside, a lot of those 12,000 houses are going to go into the countryside in places that we would not currently see as sustainable. And that's the absolute conundrum that we're battling with and will continue to battle with for a great number of years. And in that respect, I don't think any small community, Hurst included, is going to be completely immune from that, no matter how hard I'm sure local campaigns will fight. And I certainly fight in my own backyard in Finchampton, so I understand the feelings. So I think in the kind of remaining time that we've got around the table this evening, I think whatever we remark upon, it's got to be in that context, that it's not just making the people of Hurst feel satisfied perhaps with a winter night, because that ain't the war. The question is what happens down the road and what's at stake. Should we win it or should we lose it in an appeal? That's not a justified planning decision. I'm sure I shall get a slap later from my planning for the colleagues, but it's the reality of the world in which we live. So that was just my kind of positioning thought of issues at the moment. So I'll go to Tony and then Michelle, and I'm sure Wayne will come back after that.
Thank you, Chair. I find this quite an evenly balanced decision. I hear Wayne's remarks. I'm impressed by the affordable housing aspect of it. I do feel that, and I know on the sustainable issue, we shouldn't be making a judgment on previous planning appeals, but just looking at the ones here, I believe that the one that was allowed was the Sawpit Road one on sustainable grounds, and this site is nearer to the main part of the village. And so I rather suspect that this is even more likely to have an appeal allowed were we to reject this. So my feeling on balance is I think I would support this only because I don't think it would be right to put the council to the expense of going through a futile appeal or futile court case. Thank you.
Tony, thank you. I'm just again, to everyone's horror, interrupt with a procedural point. I've noticed the clock. I've been reminded to look at the clock. We're probably going to run out of time if we're not careful. So I'm going to propose that we extend the committee to 11 o'clock, which is the maximum time allowed. Can I have someone to second that? Michael seconded it. Yeah. Those in favour? Unanimous? Another cure for insomnia awaits. Right.
Sorry, Chairman, just to come up on some of those points. As preempted, yeah, I do need to sort of put some clarity down. We can't refuse the decision because it may cost the council money in the future. So just to make that absolutely clear. And also we can't really refuse it through worry of losing the Lodge Road precedent. Again, I think they're relevant factors you may want to sort of, and I think I've mentioned this before in committee meetings, to stress test your decision, think how would it fare? But just to be absolutely clear, we can't say we're concerned that we might lose an appeal and it will cost us lots of money. It should just strictly be on the planning merits of it. But I don't think that was what you were saying, but I just wanted to make that absolutely clear.
I mean, to be clear, I wasn't saying we should refuse. We should refuse on that basis. I was saying we might want to approve it on that basis. Rochelle, next.
On a tilted balance, since we do need more homes and we are less than 5,000, less than 5-year land supply, I think that that's some of the reasons we should consider for this. But I also would like to ask, well, if more people move into Hearst, wouldn't that encourage bus service to Hearst, into this area? I would think that bus companies do that. They've done that in a lot of places down in the southern part of the borough. I also want to compliment the developer for 40% affordable homes. I wish all the developers would listen to them and do that. And I think that that would be a very good idea for everybody and would help our residents who can't afford to do that and young people who want to get on the housing ladder when it's impossible now. I think this is a very good application at this point, but I wonder also, how does the tilted balance affect this?
So yeah, as I set out in the presentation, so it's whether the harm significantly demonstrably outweighs the benefits, albeit we do say the tilted balance is tempered because of past oversupply. So it's factoring that in. So it's in your own mind, councillor, of whether you feel the harm does significantly demonstrably outweigh it, having a sort of eye on the oversupply position of previous years.
Yes, and we didn't get rewarded for all that oversupply in a number of years, even though it was promised to us. But I think that it does seem to say that there isn't that much harm, comparatively speaking, to us losing the 5-year land supply.
Okay, Wayne.
We've already lost the 5-year land supply. We lost it 3 years ago. So, I mean, I don't think that's the question. The question here is tilted balance. And it's very clear in the NPPF, it supports sustainable development. Like we said at the marketplace this evening, that it was a very sustainable site, whether we liked it or not, it was sustainable. That's why in the end, there was a lot of people here who obviously didn't like the scheme. This scheme is very different. We've had 5 decisions within 1,000 yards of this area, and only one has been approved by an inspector. You give that to any planning barrister, he'd bite your hand off and take that one up for you. So as far as I'm concerned, and I will pick on your point, Andrew, I mean, you don't know the sites like I do. You said it doesn't affect the street scene. Well, the others didn't. You take Walden Acres, there was no street scene because there's a pyracantha hedge all the way along it, and in front of that there was a fir hedge, so there was no street scene there. If we go to Lodge Road, there wouldn't have been a street scene because there was nothing opposite. Should I go to the other one in Lodge Road? There was nothing there, so there was no street scene there. So I don't think that, I know because you don't know the area like I do. Obviously, I do know it, and so therefore it wouldn't have been street scene. And I just think it's amazing when you look at what this council did at Walden Acres. It was a very impressive document that they sent to the inspector, but one of the paragraphs was actually used in one of the appeal points from the inspector. And it's quite amazing. And I'll read it just for context. In summarising the matters set out above, you might think that was Tarek's right but it wasn't. It came from an inspector, matters above. The starting point in this fact is that the proposed development would be in conflict with the key policies in the development plan. Those policies have been considered out of date because the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year land supply. As a result, the tilted balance detailed in paragraph 11, and it's the same wherever you look, D.2 of the framework comes into play. However, notwithstanding this point, I find the policies which are most important for determining this proposal accord strongly with the requirements of the framework, especially with regards to the need to promote a secure and sustainable development. And I've therefore concluded that these policies still carry weight in this appeal. That is the same here, whether we like it, or the same anywhere in that location. It's a low development location. And just to answer the bigger fact about Hurst, yes, a strategic site was put forward for 3,500 at Ashridge. I don't know where that is in the scheme of things, but that was deemed a strategic site. That is still in Hurst.
So can I just come back to your point about weight? I think it's mentioned by the parish council that in the officer's report it suggests little or no weight. That isn't correct. We haven't said that. We've just said diminished weight. So I don't think it necessarily contradicts what the inspector's saying. We're just saying it because of where we are, it has diminished weight. So so I don't think we're necessarily in disagreement there, but it's just to make that point that, we've never said in the report these policies have no weight and they have no factor, no substance at this stage. I think the other bit I want to clarify as well, I think would be helpful, is that there has been reference to what it says in about sustainable development, paragraph 11. Now, as you're probably aware, sustainable is used in planning by many people with various meanings. But there is a difference in terms of sustainable location and what sustainable means in paragraph 11. So in paragraph 8 of the NPPF, it kind of summarises that. So it says, achieving sustainable development means the planning system has 3 overarching objectives, which are independent and need to be pursued in mutually supportive ways. And it goes on to state an economic objective, social objective, and an environmental objective. So sustainable development in paragraph 11 that's what it means in terms Now, that's not to say that what you said, Councillor Smith, it negates what you said. It's just making it clear that you can't just say a site we feel is unsustainably located and therefore it's not sustainable development with regard to paragraph 11. There needs to be, you can't make that logical step. It means something a little bit different in paragraph 11.
Right, but that is made, the paragraph 8 point in the framework is also made in another one of the inspector's objections. I could read that out to you if you wanted.
I think for the purpose of clarity, what we're saying here in terms of sustainability is no one's debating about it being, it could sustain itself economically. It's in a wealthy part of the borough. I think we're really talking here when it comes down to it about transport, aren't we? About moving, increasing car movements, which is not unusual in a rural location.
And I think affordable housing, you've got to have sustainability for those people. I mean, and when we all talk about affordable housing, we think, oh, it's wonderful affordable housing. The last 2-bed property that was in Hurst in the bracket of affordable housing was 445. That's not affordable.
I feel we're kind of running through the list of items to discuss. Has anybody else anything to say? So I'm sure I shall be reprimanded later by somebody, but we do have to look at the bigger picture. So if we approve it tonight, it's approved and that's the end of it and there are no further appeals. But I'm just saying this for the benefit of the audience. That is it. Nothing can then overturn an approval tonight. That is end of matter completely. If we are minded to refuse it, then you may make your own judgments as to whether the applicant's likely to appeal it. If he does, then it then passes out of our hands to a planning inspector. If the inspector, as I think Wayne is indicating, upholds or is consistent with previous decisions, then the residents have got their way. If he doesn't, not only will it get passed, there is a risk that some of the conditions we might attach to it, including, for example, the affordable housing, might fall off. But these are unknown, so we're speculating there. but there's a question of how much we try and keep it in our own hands, and the risk of taking it out of our hands. And that, I think, having heard a very lengthy and a very well informed discussion, I think Wayne, particularly for his hard work he's put into this, that's been a huge amount of work, and indeed the parish council and the people of Hurst in their representations. But we are where we are, so yeah. So if we're minded to refuse it, we need to be very clear on what grounds. And the only grounds I've really heard, apart from the wealth of detail that Wayne's provided, but the substantive one is going to be about sustainability. There may be others, Wayne, but yeah. It was. I personally would draw distinction between the level of in the two. But yes, you're right.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to sort of jump in on the point and of reference and cross-reference to other appeal decisions. Whilst other appeal decisions don't necessarily make a site acceptable or unacceptable, what they provide officers with and councillors is an indication of what is or is not acceptable on those sites. No two sites are the same, and because one decision has gone one way does not automatically mean, just because it is in the same area, that it will go the same way, for the reasons that Mark accurately set out earlier, to do with scale, location, relationship of access, the size, type of dwellings, the function that the land currently plays, and so on. Now, I don't think, again, it's been talked sustainability in terms of Hurst as village, its location, is quite a different thing from talking about the relationship of a site to the facilities in the village, because there's a number of issues. We're looking out of the village, things like education, and we're looking into the village for, let's say, day-to-day, not your big shop needs. So again, no one is denying, and the report is very clear, that there will continue to be a reliance for most residents, as there is now for residents who live in Hurst quite happily. It's not a unsustainable location for them to live. People aren't leaving Hurst because it's isolated. It is a functioning village. In part of our borough, it has road connections. It has basic facilities. Its status as a limited development location is directly linked to that level of facilities. And so the assessment that's been put forward, the conclusions put forward, is that ultimately the site is not wholly unsustainable. Again, we're not talking about Hurst itself in relation to Twyford or Woodley. We're talking about the site in relation to what is in Hurst, knowing that it is a desirable and quite practical place to live. So again, all those sites that have been referenced tonight, they're different scales, they have different contexts. They provide us with a spectrum of harm, but where the spectrum goes from harmful to not so harmful is up to the committee to determine. Okay, they're not all in one place along this spectrum. They are at different levels and they have different harms. So again, where this site sits in that spectrum and where the balance sits between approval and refusal, somewhere up here. Now, obviously, we've got inspector decisions that firmly place these sites down in the realms of refusal and being dismissed at appeal. This site requires a separate independent judgment, not based necessarily or reliant upon other appeal decisions. Thank you, Chair.
I think one point before we move to a vote that I'd want to capture, if everybody else agrees, is that if we talk about the strength or the things in favour of approval, most of us have mentioned the provision for affordable housing. And I know that will be subject to condition in the approval, in part of the S106 agreement. But I think I'd like it noted in the minutes that were the committee to vote to approve it, the quantity of social housing has been given great weight. I think that may be important for the future down the road. We don't know what may happen, but I think that would certainly be a very important point to note if we went that way. So, Stuart, just jump in at the last minute there.
Just a second. You said social housing. You meant affordable housing.
Beg your pardon.
I think you said social.
Pardon me, I
you meant myself. I know it's late on the 14th of February. Yeah. I think the point is, and the point that Wayne made, is that you can have some number and it'd be 9 if you work the maths out. And if they're all 500,000 or 600,000, and how is that affordable? My children couldn't afford that.
Nor can mine, nor can I. But that, I think, is beside the point. There's a definition of delivery of affordable housing, and I'm just recording the fact against any sort of future point or any future applications that may come up, that the element of affordable housing was given great weight, if that is what we chose to do. So I think we can delay no longer. We have to reach a point of decision making. So the protocol is that the proposal from the officer is that we approve the application. I'm looking for someone to second it. So propose it. Yeah, we have to go for the recommendation. Yeah. So the process is, I'm told by Democratic Services, that we have to go for the proposed in front of us first. And if that's not approved, then we go to a counter proposal.
Can we just check with Madeline? She's over there as well.
Madeline, can you advise on that? So I I asked for someone to propose that recommendation. So Wayne, what point are you getting to?
We've already done it once this evening. You've already said it. You said, is there a counter proposal? And nobody put that hand up. So you go to the officer's recommendation. On this one, you start off by saying there's a counter proposal. I would say, yes, I want to put a counter proposal in. And then you take, have I got a seconder? If I get a seconder, then that goes to the vote.
I don't think it's going to get us to a terribly different place. We're going to end up voting one way or the other, aren't we? But
well, no, they are different. They are very different. And if you go to the one in the book, you have to go. You have to go to the one that I put forward as a counter proposal, or anyone you can put forward first, before you go to the one that's listed in the officer's recommendation. That is correct. No, it's not. How many times have we done it? Yes. It's right, isn't it? Yeah. 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 Yeah, it did. Exactly. And it's happened so many times. Yeah. So the chairman, in summing up,
I'm not entirely certain to make a huge amount of difference, but Wayne, I'm happy to go with you. If that's what you want to do. If you've got a counter proposal.
Yep. And sorry, right. I would like to put a counter proposal that it's not a suitable, sustainable location, and I can pull out the various points, and it's mainly down to travel, like we did last month, and also for the landscape and the amenity. But I can list out several points that I would like to put forward.
So your proposal is refuse the application on the grounds of its sustainable location. Hang on 1 second, please. Sake of everyone's sanity.
Yeah, not a counter proposal because there's no.
So I think I'm taking what Wayne is saying as a proposal on the grounds that I had proposed something.
You say, is there, the words you used previously this evening, is there a proposal?
Proposal, yes, okay. I apologise unreservedly to the poor members of the audience who must slowly be losing the will to live. I know I certainly am. Wayne, so you're proposing that we refuse the application on the grounds that the location is unsustainable.
See, specific. Can we talk specific? What's in this proposal?
Well, it might not even get legs, Brian.
Okay. Sorry, Rain. We need to know what, again, we're coalescing around for the vote.
I think Wayne was saying on the grounds that the location is not sustainable.
Understood.
Is that correct, Ray?
Yep. And it seeks to, and I want to put in there the point around travel, and I want to put the point around the use of the motor car to be on this site, and including the landscape setting. Yeah, separate reasons. Sorry. Yep.
Is the impact of that we all agree, if we then support Wayne's proposal, we'll all agree into all aspects of that? Because, for example, the sustainable one is of interest. I'm not so sure support some of the others, just in terms of planning issues.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, where I am, I mean, I'm quite happy to go on sustainability, and the use of you need the use of the motor car or vehicles to use the site is unsustainable, and that is the point I was making earlier, that it's not one inspector's decision on this area, it's 5, and they're all different numbers: 33, 5, 3, 200.
So we're saying, I think we're saying Wayne's proposers refused us the application on the grounds of lack of sustainability and the fact that it is overly reliant on car use.
Motor vehicle.
Sorry, Chairman. Yes, got that. So I think, to summarise, sustainable location in a nutshell, and I fully understand what you've said about the use of private car, which would be factored into that. Separate one, landscape setting. Are you saying conflict with development plan as well? Okay, and then S106, the usual reasons. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Andrew.
Yeah. All I was going to say, and I hope this is not inappropriate, is that before we go to a vote on this, it's really important for everybody to remember that the adverse impacts would need to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits.
Okay, so Wayne has proposed that this has been to be refused on the grounds, leading reason being sustainability and the increased use of a car, or the requirement for increased use of a car, but also with reference to the other points that Mark was listed, and I won't repeat them all. Does someone second that? Which one of you wants to second it? Stuart was mildly first, so we go with Stuart. Okay, so those in favour of Wayne's motion to refuse this application, please raise your hands. 4, 5. Okay. Those against Wayne's motion to refuse the application, please raise your hands. 4. Therefore, Wayne's motion to refuse the application is carried by 5 votes to 4, unless someone tells me different. Correct. Therefore, before anybody, excuse me, could I? On behalf of the Government Property Agency at Earlygate University of Reading, and this is being presented by Chris. Where you go?
Thank you, Chair, and good evening all. This application seeks planning permission for erection of a new facility to serve as the headquarters for the European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecasting. This includes detailed design, access and landscaping following demolition of existing buildings. Having a look at the context of the site of the wider area, this can be seen as outlined in red. It is located on the White Knights campus, which is the main campus that serves the University of Reading. This part of the site of the campus was this part of the campus is served by the Early Gate access, which connects into the wider transport infrastructure. The site is well served by frequent bus services to Central Reading, Wokingham and Bracknell. The numbers 17 and 4 pass close to the site at the Three Tons bus stop. Rail can also be reached on foot, with the early bus station, early train station being located within a 20-minute walk away. For the site itself, it's characterised by strong landscaping features such as White Knight Lakes and the wilderness. The open fields, this part of the campus, means that it's classified as an area of urban landscape value. The buildings in the area are low density with distinct landscaping features lending to a parkland feel. Looking at the detail of the application site itself, this is shown outlined in red. It contains the temporary office buildings which were erected on site during the Second World War. These have well outlasted their intended lifespan, and the buildings do not make best use of the land within an urban space. The Grade 2 Citadel is located to the south of the proposed facility. This is a former Cold War building strategically located in the area in case of a bomb attack or nuclear threat. Further Grade 2 listed buildings are located to the entrance of the campus. It is also worth noting that number 19 buses run adjacent to the site, which provide further coverage to the public transport network. Now, taking a look at some site photos, here's a temporary office building. This has till recently served as the University School of Arts. The facility has been relocated within the White Knight campus. This photo shows the main entrance of the building, and there's some ad hoc parking located around the perimeter of the site. This is existing parking area to the rear of the site. There is prior notification to demolish the buildings, which has been approved, and this includes the associated infrastructure. Finally, this is the Citadel, which is, whilst not the most glamorous building, it's an important designated heritage asset, and it's understood. The setting of this needs to be considered in terms of heritage. This is a slide showing the proposed site layout. Access would be from Early Gate entrance to the campus via White Knights Road. This enters the site via existing estate roads until you reach a site boundary where a new controlled parking area is proposed. There is parking for 216 parking spaces with cycle and motorcycle parking. The site will include an arrival pickup drop-off area, which is located outside the main entrance, and there's a small service yard to the rear of the building. To inform the design, as set in the report, there are 4 character areas. These are the arrival space, the wilderness garden to the rear, the wilderness buffer wrapping north and east of this building, and the car park to the south. Looking at these in some perspective shots, you get a sense of how they are distinct. The front perspective has a good level of landscaping, which includes water features and flags for member states, together with high quality use of materials for hard standing and the building itself. This image shows the wilderness buffer to the side of the building and gives a further impression of the arrival space. The landscaping gives a buffer to the surrounding campus and pays regard to the designation of the site as an area of urban landscape value. This shows the wilderness buffer to the rear of the building. It will provide a nice tranquil space for future users of the site, and includes sort of landscape features, which includes water features and rocks for seating. This gives an overall bird's eye impression of the facility. Even though there's a lot of land required for the parking area, this is well landscaped, and a good palette of materials helps to break up the visual landscaping. And the parking area also provides an important buffer to the Citadel building. Just finishing up with some elevations. This front and rear elevation of the building, and it shows that this is sort of as shown on the perspective shots. The service areas support this, including highways, landscape and heritage. And the site is well served in terms of access, sustainable transport and parking provision. In economic terms, the facility will deliver significant benefits as outlined in the reports. And through retaining the facility in the borough, it will provide a significant contribution to local economy. These are side elevations, and the building has been considered, design has been considered to factor inside the design. So you can see there are smaller openings on the southern elevation to the northern elevation to prevent overheating. The building will target net zero in line with new government buildings. Just finished up now with a recommendation. This is 3 tiered as set in the report appendix. The recommendation is to approve subject to the completion of Section 106 agreement and conditions. There is an alternative recommendation C to refuse the application should the Section 106 agreement not be secured as set out in appendix 2 of the report, and that sets out a 6-month timeframe for approval. The members' update, just a note on there, it's just an additional condition. And that's it for me for now. Thank you very much.
That was one of the more rapid presentations. Yes. Yes, that was impressive. We have one speaker this evening, which is Mr. Passon Nield, the agent on behalf of the application. Thank you. And my apologies, you've been kept waiting so long.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. Nick Patterson-Nield, Planning Director at Stantec, and I speak on behalf of the applicant Government Property Agency in support of this application for the relocation of the headquarters of the European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecasts, the ECMWF. The project is funded through the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology and will be designed to, as you've just heard, industry-leading net zero carbon standards. ECMWF was established in 1975 and is an independent and intergovernmental organisation producing and disseminating numerical weather predictions to its member and cooperating states, as well as the broader community. A purpose-built facility for them was located at Shinfield Park in 1979. They've been there ever since, but it was designed for about 150 members of staff. The current location, however, does not provide an adequate solution for the centre's long-term accommodation needs. And in 2021, the ECMWF Council of Member States unanimously agreed to the UK government's proposal to relocate to the proposed site at White Knights campus of the University of Reading. The new HQ will accommodate up to 300 people who will work with other scientists across the world on all aspects of weather prediction systems, forecast production and research into climate change. The state-of-the-art facility will support the use of latest advances made in areas such as data assimilation, Earth system modelling, predictability and reanalysis to improve our forecasts. The building, as you'll have seen again in the presentation from Mr. Howard, will be of high architectural design quality in a very sustainable location, benefiting from extensive pedestrian, cycle and public transport connections. And the proposed building reflects ECMWF's identity as an international organisation. In summary, therefore, the proposal will ensure that the world's leading global weather prediction intergovernmental organisation not only remains in the UK, but in Wokingham Borough, therefore assisting in maintaining the borough's international profile, ensuring many highly skilled jobs remain locally. Furthermore, by relocating the headquarters to the university campus, this presents a really exciting opportunity for greater collaboration between ECMWF and the university, which is particularly proud of its own reputation as a centre of excellence for meteorological and environmental research. The new HQ will create the largest cluster of weather and climate research and operational forecasting facilities in the world, alongside the university's Department of Meteorology, which itself is world leading. I fully endorse the officer's recommendation to the committee, and I hope that members will support this internationally important proposal within Wokingham Borough. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Nick. That's admirably timely. Do any member of the committee wish to ask questions? I'm drawing your attention to the time, lads, okay? Yeah. So, yeah, no post-it notes. Michael, you were first.
Just a very quick one. It's just a point of correction, that's all. On page 337, paragraph 39, it makes reference to Reading Road on the A329. It's actually Wokingham Road there. It is in my old stamping ground of Early, so I do know it very, very well. But no, it's an entirely different road. If you go further down the A329,
I'm very none of the top. We've got to vote before 11. Thank you. Yeah, I've got Wayne. I'm going down the line. Wayne, then Stuart, and Bill. I think. Thank you.
I'm looking at you, Connor. This is one that we visited many years ago, is it? Yeah. I mean, I've got no. I mean, the only thing, and I was just going to look at again, my friend Gordon. I mean, Reading Borough Council saying for refusal in full, down to highway safety, etc. You're confident that there is no issue there, aren't you?
Yes, one of the comments was that the nearby junction, there would be an impact.
Well, but it would.
Yeah, but the impact's already there, and it'll get worse without this development anyway. And therefore, under planning terms, they can't mitigate something that's already there. that's not caused by that development. And the actual level of traffic, and this is the assessment was done on the worst case. It wouldn't really have in my view, have a major impact over the impact is already there.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think I did then and I do now think it's fantastic that this is retained in our borough. So
I mean, thank you. Just a point of administration, I should have recorded the site visit, which I forgot to, but the site visit was attended by everybody again except Tony and Wayne. Stuart.
Yep, just a quick point. I think it's a great organisation. I've visited it many times. One point though, it's like getting in through passport control. You literally have to take your passport with you to visit the site, and I'm very impressed with what they do. And I think it's a great idea.
Excellent. I'm not going to invite further comment. This is one of pressing need, and I'm going to happily propose this time, for the point of clarity, that we accept this or approve this application. Would someone like to second it? Tony was first, I called him there. Those in favour? That's unanimous. There's nobody against. The application is approved. And with that, the meeting is closed. Thank you very much.